gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow scholars and students, welcome to the Hong Kong Baptist University's second International Symposium on Humanities and Culture, Visions of a Digital Future, Day 2. I'm Emily Zhu Linqing, currently a second-year PhD student from the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Hong Kong Baptist University. It's my honor to be sharing this stage with all the distinguished scholars, guest speakers, and entrepreneurs, and to be hosting this transformative event where the confluence of technology and humanity takes center stage. Yesterday, our keynote speakers shared and discussed about their views and perception towards various themes, the place of humanities and culture in the digital futures, also neglected voices and the challenges of AI. Thanks to our wonderful speakers and organizers, I would like to announce that the number of our viewers online have reached over 1.1 million. So remember to always wear a smile. You are on live streaming. Today's sessions will be focusing on the theme of perspectives on AI and transdisciplinarity and human mind in the future of education. And before we officially start, we would like to remind you warmly that please switch off your mobile phone or turn it into silent mode. And kindly note that no food or drinks allowed in the auditorium. Without further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Professor Ati Veiko Pietarinen, Professor in Academy of Chinese, History, and Religion and Philosophy, to commence the second day of our symposium. Professor Pietarinen, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and warm welcome to today's first session of our second International Symposium on Humanities and Cultures, entitled Perspectives on AI and Transdisciplinarity. My name is Ahti, and call me Peter. I'm Professor of Philosophy at Hong Kong Baptist University, Department of Religion and Philosophy. I'm privileged to host our exciting talks on these various perspectives and visions of a digital future that we'll be hearing about in this morning's session. We will first gather two keynote talks by our distinguished guest speakers, which is then followed by an ample coffee break. And after that, we will just instantly come back and to hear our commentary on the talks first, and then to settle our session with the roundtable discussion with plenty of your audience's questions, which are much welcomed and anticipated, and then promptly dealt with by our able respondents and our live experts on stage. All right, so we'll move on to our first keynote speech. Today, our first speaker is Professor Thomas Boyle, Professor of Data, Culture and Institutions at the University of Amsterdam, Department of Media Studies, Faculty of Humanities. He's a Program Director of Masters in Media Studies, a co-founder of the research priority area on global digital cultures, and faculty lead for the Dutch National Humane AI and the Datafied Society Sector Plan. Leveraging social media data and digital methods, Professor Boyle has studied how the use of digital platforms is affecting the mobilization, organization, and communication around the globe. Recently, he has built a conceptual framework to analyze how platforms and AI are reshaping the cultural industries worldwide. His talk today is on a transdisciplinary perspective on AI and cultural production. Professor Thomas Boyle, welcome.
Should be okay. Thanks. All right, so thanks everyone. Thanks very much for the invitation. I'm very happy and excited to be here. I was clearly inspired by the transdisciplinary sort of approach here, so I took that up in the title. I'll come back to it in a moment. So it's not just signposting, but really I'm taking this very serious. So I want to start with an example, sort of to set the stage. This is well, an image from an experimental anime movie from 2021. It was produced through an AI-powered background image production tool, Scenify. The movie is called Irvan. It's an experimental short anime movie, and it sort of started the attempts to integrate AI in anime and manga production. I'll use this, I'll show you a couple of examples. The interesting thing about the anime and manga industry, so it's at the forefront of AI integration, but it has really made attempts over decades to integrate digital technologies in its production practices. So 3D modeling programs, for example, have been used for a long time. So another example is this one. So this is a manga comic, Cyberpunk Peach John. Came out in 2023, was completely produced through AI. So this was done through Midjourney, which is a really well-known image generator tool, so text-to-image generation. The author of the novel claimed to have no drawing talent whatsoever. Another example is the use of AI in the simulation of voice actors, as well as in translation. So this is an item from 2024, where some of the top talents in anime, in terms of voice acting, are being simulated, as well as translated to Chinese and English, some of the largest markets for this kind of content. And then finally, this year, this new series, anime series, Twins, Hina Hima, will be launched, and this one is a full series. So this is not really experimental at all. This is really meant for a large audience. And according to the company that created it, so Kaka Creation, it's a tech startup which started in 2023, really producing very short anime movies for TikTok and YouTube, and is now sort of venturing in longer form production. About 95% of the cuts in this series are produced through AI, and the last 5% is done with human intervention. By the way, all of these companies, and that's quite important to sort of keep in mind for my story, are arguing that they're not replacing the top comic artists. What they are doing is really using AI for background generation, for coloring, so character coloring, and stuff like simulation of voices and translation. All right, so a key question when looking at these particular examples, which are quite heavily involving AI, is how to understand creativity in creative work when AI becomes centrally involved. Confronting this question, colleagues from France and the US have looked at dominant discourses around the use of AI in creative work. And one thing they noticed in this work, and you probably see some of that also in this conference, is that the dominant discourse promotes creativity in creative work freed, so disconnected from its material realization, such as craft skills, messy processes, markets, and associates the use of AI with democratization. So basically everyone can now become creative using AI. So a typical example of this particular discourse is this piece from Kevin Kelly. So those who don't know Kevin Kelly, he was one of the founding editors of Wired magazine, where this piece also appeared in. And he has been quite famous for making grand and often highly optimistic statements about our digital future. And he has been doing that for a couple of decades already. So, and according to him then, AI really is about a future of limitless creativity at your fingertips. Artificial intelligence can now make better art than most humans. So that's kind of the claim. And this really is sort of this idea of AI which is democratizing, right, creativity, and which is kind of disconnected from the material settings in which these things are being produced. So in this talk, I want to do kind of the opposite. So what I want to do is not free AI from its material realization, but rather situate it in the middle of the markets, infrastructures, and governance frameworks in which it is taking shape. And subsequently, I would like to consider two key notions that often come up when we think about technology and also AI in cultural production. And those are creativity, which I already briefly talked about, and precarity. So, and here we get to the transdisciplinary perspective. In this effort, I integrate insights from a variety of different fields, which I've done in previous work as well. So platform studies, business studies, software studies, so across computer science, across a number of fields, really to overcome also these boundaries, which don't necessarily make sense when you study these kinds of topics. And that then the effort is really to map the relationships, when you think about these as markets, infrastructures, and governance frameworks, to map the relationship between computational infrastructures, which are very central, obviously, to AI, tech companies, media companies, public institutions, cultural workers, consumers, and so on, that kind of are in these new configurations which we're studying. So this effort then draws on my recent book, Platforms and Cultural Production, which is actually being translated in Chinese. So you can read it. It's not very expensive. I've been told it's only cost €250. So it's really cheap. It's 1/10 of the price in the Netherlands. So in that book, we provide a analytical framework to think about the institutional dimensions on platforms in which cultural production is being reshaped. And that framework is also very useful for thinking about AI. And I'll now take you through this. This effort to think about AI in creative work is, so this is going to be an empirical project, which I'm sort of in the middle of really starting this, with a range of colleagues. And this particular project takes not Europe and the US or China as its main reference point, as its starting point, but really tries to look at other parts of the world as key reference points. So to think about how AI is intervening and to really produce a new conceptual language about this. So we're looking at Chile, Brazil, Nigeria, India, and Japan. So Japan is also in, of course, the examples which I showed you. Most of that research will be done next year, so 26, 27. So I'm very much looking forward to your suggestions and ideas here. All right, let's turn to markets. When thinking about markets, the first thing, also when thinking about AI, is to start with platform markets. And platform markets have been very strongly subject to something called, at least by business scholars, network effects. So when a platform, whether it's YouTube, TikTok, or, for example, the Apple App Store, succeeds in bringing a lot of users on board, so it's very successful with end users, it becomes more attractive for other end users, right? Who can find their friends, family, and so on the platform. Subsequently, the platform becomes very attractive for content and service providers because they have an audience there, right? So that then in turn makes the platform more attractive for end users who can find more content on the platform. And then in many of these digital platforms, advertising is also very important. So the more end users there are on the platform, the more attractive it becomes for advertisers. So these things are self-reinforcing. And I'm telling you this Because what we see in these platform markets, what we've seen over the last 2 decades, is a huge concentration of power. So we see in any of these sort of sectors or segments of the cultural sector, we see particular platforms being very dominant. So YouTube, for example, dominating video sharing, TikTok short video, Apple and Google dominate the app economy. And that concentration of economic and financial power in a few tech companies, and you can see that happening in the US, but you can also see that happening obviously in China, has allowed these companies to build very extensive computational and data infrastructures. And precisely the buildup of those infrastructures is then setting the stage for current developments in AI. So at the center of this particular slide, you see these cloud platform providers, and those providers are in turn fundamental for the development of generative AI, especially sort of these larger models, which require very large computational resources and data sets, and also require these cloud providers to host these. By the way, I suspect there will be some questions about DeepSeek at some point. So DeepSeek, the Chinese AI company, might sort of disturb that particular premise. So interestingly enough, these companies, these cloud providers are mostly based in the US and China, which then also means that sort of the underlying languages that go into development of AI, the aesthetics, so the images that go into the training of AI models, the priorities that are set, tend also to come from those regions of the world, right? So from the US, China especially. And that affects the process of meaning making and cultural expression. So Japan, again, is very interesting here because Japan has been very strongly trying to push its own tech companies in developing also an AI ecosystem and an AI infrastructure, which of course, when you start producing anime and manga, is very important because you need your own infrastructure, and especially the models trained on data from that particular industry, to be able to produce images which feel and look authentic, right? That connect with users. So then going specifically to Kaka Creation, which is the company developing the series, which anime series I ended with, so this is a series about 2 twins who try to make it big on TikTok. So yeah, as you can see here, Kaka Creation is not doing this by itself, right? It's embedded, on the one hand, an ecosystem of technological tools. So some of them are these 3D modeling tools, which have been used for a long time. Some of it is AI tools, like produced by Stability AI, and it is using platforms to distribute its content, as well as broadcasting. Some of those are Japanese, and some of them are global platforms. So in the light of these market relations, it's particularly interesting then to think about how a company like Kaka Creation is able to sort of shape the creative process, but also how these other actors are really involved in shaping this. So these tools, platforms, and so on, that come with their own affordances, right? With their own forms of expression. This then leads me to infrastructures, the second institutional dimension. So, as I said, current development of Gen AI needs to be seen in relation to these cloud computing infrastructures, which are dominated and offered by just a few big tech companies. So in the US, those are Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. And these companies have been able to build up these infrastructures precisely because they've been sort of developing platforms for, well, over 2 decades and profiting from the networks effects I referred to earlier. And here you can see this infrastructure with basically these cloud providers at the bottom of the stack, right? So these are complicated technological stacks which are sort of layered in terms of producing these generative AI models. And then if we zoom in a bit further, right, into this technological infrastructure, we of course encounter these foundational models which are used to produce text, but also image as well as video. And we can observe from the perspective of creativity, the act of prompting, well, you know, putting in a text prompt to ask for a particular image or a particular text, can be understood as a form of programming using natural language. So two colleagues of mine, Sarah Burkhardt and Bernard Rieder, have argued that prompting temporarily activates a latent but underspecified capacity already present in the pre-trained model. So I'm making this sort of quite explicit because deep learning sometimes has been equated, or these models have been equated with just simulation or just a search engine, and that then produces a result. Prompting rather should be seen as activating a plurality of knowledges which are sort of latent in the foundational model, right? So there is this moment of creativity which involves both the person prompting as well as the model. But of course, the latent knowledges in that model have been very much shaped by the data going into the model, right? The text, the images, video, speech, and so on which the model has been trained. So we can see then particular languages, aesthetics, modes of expression prominently present in these leading models. Going back to our central example, Kaka creation. So in this particular series, we already observed that they're trying to really hard to make this authentically looking, which then means that, yes, 95% of the series is produced through AI, but they're using human editors to make final edits, right? To make sure that there's actually this authentic look. That sort of you can also see that the other way around, right? So one of the things they're sort of being very proud of is that certain forms of animation, like hair movement, which I'll show you an example of a little bit later, which are very difficult to produce sort of manually, have now become certainly possible, right? So it's a kind of creating that sort of realistic look from both sides of the equation, using humans to enable this, but also using AI to do more complicated movements in the image. So infrastructure, and that's really, I think, quite important for this particular symposium, is then never simply about technology, right? But it's very much also about how cultural content is shaped, right? What priorities are set, what kind of sort of cultural settings the data comes from and the model is trained on, and which then really sets the horizon of cultural expression. Which then leads us to governance. So if we think about this particular case, we can look at governance from two sides of the equation. On the one hand, it's important to note, as I said a couple of times already, that the Japanese government is very aggressively and actively stimulating the adoption of AI in the manga and anime industry. It is collaborating quite closely with the industry in doing so. Of course, these kinds of developments are never without challenge, and rightly so. Because anime and manga artists are very concerned, right, about how their content is being used to train these models. So if you think about, again, about that question, how to create content that is authentic, that is natural looking, that means then that it can only do that when it's trained on that very manga and anime content which has been produced for decades by these artists. So their concerns are very, very justified. And of course, we can see resonances of these kinds of debate everywhere, right? So if you think about OpenAI and its ChatGPT model, which has been challenged by news organizations around the world, because it's trained, right, on its news content. A similar sort of tension there. And critique also comes from the Japanese media, who are arguing that the Japanese state is not doing enough, right, to protect its artists and their intellectual property. And we can also then think about, this is a famous example, maybe some of you have seen this, we can think about governance also in another way in this particular sort of setting of AI, and that's governance by AI. So what is AI? What are these models allowing in terms of visibility, in terms of forms of expression? So in this particular case, it didn't go very well, as you can see. So this is Google's chatbot, Gemini, which was really trying to produce, or was curated to produce diverse results. On the image on your left, it was asked to produce an image of a 1943 German soldier, and then it produced Black and Asian Nazi soldiers. And on this particular image, it was asked to draw a portrait of 17th century physicists. Right? So what you can see here is really, this is all again about governance. What kinds of forms of visibility are being produced? What forms of expression are enabled and not enabled? And then this is the hair movement, by the way, so here you go. So that's also clear in this particular case. Maybe less dramatically so or problematic. What we see here is sort of this attempt to create content that is innovative and authentic in this artistic tradition of Japanese anime and manga. And for this reason, a hybrid approach is being developed, and that the distinct style and emotional resonance characteristic of anime is really being conveyed by this combination of technology and human editing. But again, of course, it's not simply Kaka creation that takes these decisions, that curates this content, but it takes shape within this larger configuration of software tools, platforms, economic relations, and sort of governance frameworks, All right, I now want to close with short reflections about some of these central notions which are coming up when we think about this type of cultural production, right? And so the deep integration of technology in these kinds of settings. And the first thing that comes up is the notion of precarity. So how can people make a living in this particular case, in the cultural industries doing this work? And thinking about this, the main argument I want to make is, yes, if we think about the Japanese manga and anime industry, yes, AI is putting the jobs of background colorists, voice actors, and translators at risk, right? At risk of being replaced. At the same time, we're also seeing that sort of the position of these well-known artists is being ensured, right? So what this really refers to is that AI and the cultural production process is not one thing. So we can't just make these general statements about whether AI is taking over the cultural industries. What we need to do is really think about the particular moments in which AI comes into this process, right? So we can think about background generation, or character coloring, or translation. But we can also think about AI coming into the greenlighting stage, or content scripting, or video editing, or visual effects, or audio enhancement, circulation, marketing. So there are many, many different stages in which AI comes in, and it might mean something different in each one of them, right? So, and for that reason, it's precisely so important to place these things within their particular cultural and economic setting. So this argument has been made before about the use of or the central position of platforms in cultural production. And what scholars have noticed, right, it's not just what moment of the cultural production process you're focusing on, it's also where you study it. So it matters whether you look at this question of technological change and precarity in a context such as Europe or the US or China, and especially maybe urban China, or for example in rural China or Ghana or Brazil. So these are quotes from research. The top one is from Ghana, where precarity is not a deviation from the norm, but a constant and long-standing feature. And the second one is about rural China and the use of kaishao by marginalized Chinese living outside the urban centers and trying to sort of make a living and becoming what the authors call unlikely creative workers. So in these kinds of circumstances, the use of these technologies doesn't necessarily enhance precarity, right? It can actually also bring relief. So precarity then needs to be situated and derives its meaning from the complex articulation of workers' experience and positions across a variety of economies. So again, we need to situate these things rather than make general statements about them, right? Things have different meaning when you study Hong Kong, when you study New York or Los Angeles, or when you study rural Ghana or Brazil or any of these regions. And then finally, creativity. So what I would like to argue is that we are moving away from this idea of creativity as just this unique human cognitive trait, which is then transplanted to the technology, right? Where we think creativity is either in the human, in the mind of the human as a cognitive trait, or it's in the AI model, which is then reproducing kind of that ability. Rather, instead, as some of my colleagues have argued, we need to think about it as a deeply material and technologically and networked, distributed process involving technologies as actors, as well as, of course, humans, as well as companies, and so on. So lots of different entities that become connected. The question then is how the creative process is transformed once you start introducing AI technologies at these different stages, right, of this process. So the question then is not what is creativity, but much more about where is creativity and what are the different moments in this process. So, and that then means that setting it in this networked environment, where a variety of human and non-human actors, where institutions come into this creative process and then transform that process. If you set that or study that in the context of Tokyo and its particular technological setting, what you encounter is a high level of tech development, right, and tech integration. A very rich ecosystem of startups, industry shows, tech or software development, workshops, and so on. So in this particular setting, right, creativity takes a particular type of shape, which would be different in a setting which is not highly technological developed, right? Which doesn't have that rich ecosystem of startups and studios and so on. And of course then how you interpret creativity will also be different. I think I'm doing well in time, right? Yeah, great. So in my mind then it is vital not to reflect on AI and social and cultural impact in general, right? Rather, and not necessarily to think about sort of distant futures, but rather than to situate it in these very particular market relations, infrastructures, and governance frameworks, which very much shape the types of content, the forms of cultural expression, which are being enabled, right? That really set the horizon of cultural expression. So stop separating economy and technology from culture, right? These things are, deeply entangled with each other, and we really need to study that particular entanglement. And then reflecting on how it's adopted in cultural production, we want to break down these creative processes, right, in those situated settings, and then start thinking about how, as distributed processes, creativity, precarity are being reshaped. Thank you very much. Yeah, so this is, if you scan this, you'll find my site with publications that are sort of developing this argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Thomas Boyle, for this enlightening talk about, think about the creativity in a wider context as a process that has various manifestations in the global way of thinking about that. And this is exactly, the new perspectives, new meanings assigned to these old terms that is very much needed in our new and future emerging technology contexts. Now moving on to the second keynote talk today. Our second speaker is Dr. Paul Spence, reader in Digital Humanities in the Department of Digital Humanities, King's College, London, and he's a member of its Computational Humanities group. Paul Spence's work is on modern languages, digital methods, digital publishing, global perspectives on digital scholarship, and interactions between modern languages and digital cultures, and on interactions between languages, multilingualism, linguistic diversity, and digital practice. Paul Spence's research explores digital transformations in how we engage with languages, while also analyzing the power of language to disrupt digital monolingualism in knowledge, infrastructures, methods, and data. He has led and managed digital humanities research on major interdisciplinary projects with funding from the Mellon Foundation, Arts and Humanities Research Council UK, JISC, Level Home Trust, and various European funding agencies. His talk today is on navigating the computational turn in the digital humanities between innovation, inclusion, and techno-positivism. Paul Spence, welcome. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. And it's an honor to be speaking here at the International Symposium on Humanities and Culture. Thanks to the organizers, the local organizers here. Thanks to Professor Lai, Christina Chan, and the team for organizing everything. It's a pleasure to be here. And to the Hong Kong Palace Museum as hosts, of course. So, if I could start my slides. Sorry, could I have a technical help here, please? Sorry about this brief delay.
Good morning, everyone. So due to technical issues, we'll have a 10 minutes break, and then we'll come back to Paul Spence's presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. 10 minutes break. Sorry for the inconvenience.
All right, so welcome back, and please have your seats, and we'll just continue where we left off, adding new research topic of digital disruptions, which we can study further. Apologies for that. We will have the next sessions back to back, so we'll catch up. No problem with that. So, Dr. Spence, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, so a while ago, a friend sent me an old video on YouTube with the title Hansel and Gretel's Cell Phone. In case you don't know, Hansel and Gretel is a German fairy tale published in the 19th century about two children who, due to very bad parenting, find themselves lost in a wood. In the video, the Argentinian writer Hernando Casciari describes the reaction of his 4-year-old daughter when he got to the part where Hansel and Gretel are lost in the wood. In the real story, the children, abandoned in the wood by their father, drop some white stones and find their way home. But in his recounting of the story, he tells his daughter's reaction, "Don't worry, Dad," she says, "they can call their parents by mobile phone and come and pick them up." In this scenario, Hansel and Gretel simply call their parents to come and get them. And as Casciari observes, many of the old traditional stories we know and love are rendered inert if we put a mobile phone in the pocket of the main protagonist, because they remove the principal source of conflict and convert them into boring stories with an automated solution. He then goes on to reimagine various literary classics where the protagonist has a mobile in their pocket. Think, for example, of the Colombian author Gabriel Garcia Marquez's classic novel, 100 Years of Solitude, which becomes 100 Years Without a Mobile Connection, etc., etc. In conclusion, he warns us that the plots to our stories are in danger of losing their shine in our lives, in our texts, and in our imaginations, and that we are becoming what he calls lazy heroes. The video was based on a blog written by Casciari in 2008 at the apex of mobile-fueled social media excitement. What would he say today in 2025 in the age of ChatGPT? Generative artificial intelligence has, of course, exploded into our lives in the last few years and is being integrated into many of the tools we use, which automate content creation, editing, and translation, to name just a few uses. So following Casciari's line of argument, will AI make us lazy writers, lazy students, lazy teachers, and lazy researchers? There are many challenges facing us currently in how we assess the impact of AI, more broadly on creativity, research workflows, critical thinking, and cognition. One article in The Atlantic last year warned that large language models endanger the survival of the open, free World Wide Web, quote, unquote, the complex online ecosystem that allows writers, artists, and other creators to reach human audiences. Meanwhile, in another article for the same magazine in 2023, Matt Kirschenbaum asks us to prepare for the text apocalypse. That's a play on words between text and apocalypse, counseling, and I'm quoting extensively from him here, that our relationship to writing is about to change forever, and it may not end well. The author suggests that a greater threat to civilization may not come from climate change or ballistic missiles, but from a tsunami of text generated by AI self-seeding new training sets in an ever-expanding cyclical process to create an ongoing planetary spam event, or crisis of never-ending spam, in his words, with no reliable filters, a flood of synthetic content, a grey goo, which all but devalues and obscures human-generated prose. All of this, he argues, may make it functionally impossible to reliably communicate in any digital setting. In a recent working draft submitted to archive.org, Lauren Klein and others launched a series of important provocations to the field of computer science, outlining the need for a strong humanities perspective in generative AI research. To briefly quote just two of the provocations they make, they on the one hand, they say the bigger models are not always the same as better models, which we know to be true, and AI universalism, it creates narrow human subjects. So generative AI has blown open a series of debates regarding the nature of digital content and humanities academic agency in knowledge infrastructures and flows. And the battle to make AI more human-centric will become one, if not the battle of our times. And this is clearly a space where the humanities can serve a key function. Now, these are important debates, but the current hyper-focus on generative AI risks deforming broader debates around computation in the humanities and social sciences. In his 2017 book, The Digital Humanities and the Digital Modern, James Smithies argues for an approach grounded, quote, in the nature of computing technology and capable of guiding technical development, as well as critical and historical analysis. That concept of guiding building is important here. He observes that technology is also a medium of expression, and in arguing for the value of software-intensive humanities work, which requires a thoroughgoing change in attitudes towards how we build and interpret research tools, methods, and outputs. In his words, the situation calls for self-reflexive consideration of investigators' entanglements with their tools, methods, and sources. Digital humanities have had involvement in various milestones leading to this growth in highly computational humanities, including early computational linguistics, text and data mining, data science, and various others. And there's a whole history of criticism and practical expertise here, which I don't have time to go into depth on, but which needs to be acknowledged, around modeling cultural materials, human-centric algorithmic thinking, and digital hermeneutic tools. Fundamentally, these computational methods offer, first of all, rely on large data sets, often in English or other highly resourced languages, offer the ability to carry out research at scale, and require considerable technical expertise, a point I'll return to later on. Now, earlier I made the point that of the danger of us becoming lazy. Maybe a better way of reframing that is as being passive. Maybe instead of talking about being lazy, it's about passivity and the need to be more active in our digital futures. On that note, there are calls for humanities to become more directly involved in AI development at the level of technical design, which are of course welcome. The recent international Doing AI Differently initiative, for example, advocates that the humanities should, to quote them, not just contribute to post-hoc analyses of AI outputs or provide novel data sets, but actually should be present at the core of AI development. Which I think is a really interesting proposition, but I'm going to focus mostly on the applied level here. And one landmark project demonstrating a computational humanities approach in the UK was the Living with Machines project, which aimed to research the impact of industrialization, the long 19th century, using historical data science and AI-based methods. Materials on this project studied included digitized newspapers, census records, maps, and other historical documents. And in the words of the project PI, Principal Investigator Ruth Unnert, in using computational methods, the project aimed to facilitate a new kind of history. And besides generating historical findings, the project also produced open source code and tools, databases and language models, so a whole landscape of new kinds of output, and a variety of textual, tabular, and map-based data sources which others can reuse for their own research. In addition to training modules and applied residency opportunities to embed knowledge about the methods in future historic research. And I've chosen this project as a case study because it combined numerous computational approaches for humanistic inquiry, such as identifying visual features in maps, analyzing semantic evolution over time and space, linking multiple data sets by location, extracting and geolocating toponyms, and linking people across census returns. So a broad range of methods, as you see, integrated into one project. The Transcribers project is another useful case study, this time enabling specifically automatic text recognition in multiple languages through field recognition techniques and custom AI training capabilities. And similarly, a computer vision sub-area within the Living with Machines project trained a computer vision model to perform image classification on a data set of historical newspaper advertisements by looking at the different layers and different arrangements around the page. And I didn't want to go into too much technical detail, but I just want to have a quick overview and a kind of flavor for the inside of what some of these projects are doing. In some cases, digital humanities type approaches is sparking new areas and subdisciplines incidentally, such as computational archive studies. But my research in recent years has been, as noted in the introduction, on multilingual digital humanities, and I want to turn now to geolinguistic inclusion as a topic within this computational panorama. And the authors of the 2022 report by the State of the Internet Language Project estimated that over 75% of those who access the internet do so in only 10 languages. They analyzed a series of digital platforms and found that most platforms studied did not even support 100 languages. and most general commercial technical infrastructure on the internet starts with English, expands to a relatively small set of mostly European languages, and rarely extends far beyond that. Increasingly, a popular response to concerns over the state of language diversity or language learning or a whole host of other language-related issues is to invoke the trademark big tech solution that tech, which increasingly conflates to AI, will solve everything. But so far, as the rest of the world platform has demonstrated, actually, AI typically has trouble even dealing with major languages such as Bengali, Tamil, and Kurdish. And some worry that only a small minority of languages may have a meaningful online presence in future. Language diversity, or its absence in digital infrastructures, shapes and limits what kind of knowledge we are able to generate and share. Likewise, and despite the global reach and global pretensions of digital humanities, DH infrastructures are predominantly built in Anglophone research environments and constructed primarily to function in English, with occasional multilingual functionality developed on an English stem, a fact which has profound implications for knowledge flows. And there have been various efforts in recent years to address this, both practically and theoretically, through numerous multilingual groups at international, regional, and national level, which is some of which you see listed here. Through a series of resources here created by Quinn Dombrowski, part of the multilingual DH framework, which then got associated with the ADHO working group you saw a minute ago, where there's a list of NLP resources, natural language processing resources for multiple languages. We hosted an event in 2022, co-hosted an event in 2020, which aimed to disrupt digital monolingualism, and one of whose four strands was on AI and NLP worlds, and the publication of the first edited volume on multilingual DH in 2023, which I co-edited with Laura Laviola. In a book chapter in that volume that I just mentioned, Toma Tasovac and other authors analyzed their experience working on the New Languages for NLP project, a collaboration between Princeton, the Library of Congress, and a European infrastructure I'm going to talk about a little bit more in a moment, called Daria. And this project attempted to address linguistic imbalances in NLP. It aimed to construct data sets and models in new languages. You see some of them listed here. And they experimented with automated approaches to language annotation across a range of linguistic information, and including common tasks such as part of speech annotation or named entity recognition. In addition to advancing language support for specific languages, they aim to publish a workflow and critical reflections on the challenge in order to help foster future work in other languages, which I think is an interesting highly extensible approach. Okay, so that's a kind of a bit of a taster of some kind of areas where digital humanities computational humanities has taken place. And the next section I want to focus on a series of discussion points and challenges facing this growing area. Firstly, what kind of infrastructure is needed in order to support this kind of research? So far, we've seen big projects, often well-funded, with people a lot of technical expertise, but in what way could this become more part of the cultural and humanities panorama? So projects like Living with Machine have blazed a trail for multi-method, transdisciplinary computational research in humanities, but how can this be scaled for different resource envelopes, including the common scenario where there is little funding available? In recent years, there's been increasing support in Europe for infrastructure projects such as Clarin, an infrastructure to support language resources and technologies, and Daria, which integrates infrastructure support, community building activities, training, and advocacy within an open science paradigm. Both promote federative approaches to sharing data, tools, and expertise. Here you see a sample from the Clarin website with the tools and resources and services they offer. And both promote a federative approach to sharing data, tools, and expertise, which allows people to carry on working autonomously, but pool their resources. And interestingly, Clarin has recently just launched a new knowledge center called LLMS for SSH, so that's large language models for social sciences and the humanities, which they say offers scholars the expertise, skills, and technological resources needed to navigate LLM applications for processing language data or adding LLMs to the specific needs of social sciences and humanities researchers. But even using some of these kind of less technical resources, some of the less technical resources we traditionally used in humanities, in digital humanities, can be intimidating to the novice humanities user. And similarly, the more kind of computational approaches I've just outlined here are daunting even to the many experienced digital humanists at the level of programming and so on. So how to make these workflows more accessible, how to hide some of the complexity. Well, in the commercial world, commercial providers such as Gale and ProQuest have created these kind of digital scholarly labs, which combine access to their very large collections of sources with suites of computational methods, which are kind of bundled up in packages that you pay for, obviously. And for example, the Gale's digital lab allows you to build a subset of their collection. So you search from their collections for something you're interested in. You get the search results, which you can then clean, filter further. You can then actually clean up the, using stop words and so on. You can filter on the content and produce your kind of own kind of corpus. And then you apply computational methods to that within their bounded environment. This is an environment which contains easy to follow tutorials. It's highly accessible with people without technical skills, as well as Jupyter notebook environments for those who know how to code. And obviously the space here for commercial actors, and these kind of models are really interesting in providing innovative and novice-friendly models to this space. But we also need free and open source options which allow you to carry out computational analysis of this kind and across different collections. So not just one company or one library's collections, but across different collections, right? Another important factor here has been the increasing convergence of interest between GLAM. So the GLAM is galleries, libraries, and museums. The GLAM sector and academic researchers around how to make large-scale digitized collections in archives, galleries, and museums both more accessible for research and more relevant to audiences. And the Open GLAM and Open Cultural Data Movement for museum APIs have both been important initiatives in this regard. But one of the major challenges in humanities infrastructure is how to realize the enormous and largely under-realized potential of cultural and social data distributed across humanities research projects, GLAM institutions, and other sources of data produced by the creative industries or indeed the general public. At the UK Arts and Humanities Research Council funded Towards a National Collection funding initiative has played an important part in exploring how we might create unified, and in this case national, collections of digitized cultural heritage, both to make collections-based research workflows and data more interoperable, while also demonstrating their value. Next, there are a series of challenges around scale. So distant reading or close reading, microscopic versus macroscopic views of research are sometimes presented as mutually exclusive options in humanities research, but often what we in fact want to do is to combine the two in some way. And size is relevant in a different sense if we compare minimal versus computational approaches to DH. So minimal computing, in case you don't know, is a movement which kind of looks to create low-tech ways of working with digital content in resource-challenged environments. And in the book chapter titled Autonomía y Control, in English, Autonomy and Control, Susana Yes-Torrent and Jimena del Rio Riande make the case for minimal computing in opposition to big infrastructure as part of a more open, equitable, and global digital humanities, which promotes, in their words, control over governance over data, control or governance over data and autonomy in research practices. So this is an area with perhaps more nuance than first meets the eye, but there's a very real danger with computational humanities, as with AI in general, of creating, of course, major digital divides in digital humanities based on access to computing resources. So that's something we need to build into our thinking. Moving on to openness, one of the key points made by early proponents of computational humanities, such as the Dagstuhl workshop in Germany in 2014, was that research needed to be reproducible and transparent, one of the kind of scientific bases, right? And this is a principle clearly broken by the black box and unpredictable nature of LLMs. But increasingly, the extractive processes of big tech have led to some communities, including notably lower resource language communities, being averse to share their data publicly, in addition to broader concerns over data privacy and data governance. And I've just been on a research trip to Latin America, to Mexico, where well, Latin America, in case you don't know, digital humanities in Latin America is been around for a long time. In countries like Mexico, Colombia, and Argentina, it's very strong. They've just put out this book called Hola Mundo, Hello World in English. But many of the concerns coming from the Latin American community are over openness and the concerns over extraction and asymmetries of power. And people are not averse to working computationally, but they're thinking about how to do that in a system of relations which gives them some agency, some power. So a key part of transdisciplinary collaboration is to work out what constitutes productive research for each contributor. And in computational humanities research, as this diagram from the historic Dijkstraw workshop I mentioned earlier on demonstrates, the aim is the challenge is to generate research opportunities where both humanities and computational scientists are able to produce original research. So you have on the left-hand side, you have the option where trivial or old humanities, and on the bottom left you have challenging or new humanities, and at the top, going across the top, you have the kind of computational perspective. In the bottom left, you have the situation where the research challenges are coming from the humanities side, but the computing is just kind of offering a service. Maybe it's kind of involves informed reuse of computing knowledge or data skills, but the agency of the computational researcher is not so clear. Whereas on the top right, you have the situation where, in fact, the humanities is not really offering very much in terms of research agency, but it's all happening on the computational side. So there, the humanities is a kind of service, and the computational research is just using humanities knowledge, material data as material, and you know, the humanities is not kind of offering anything very innovative there. So they talk about this kind of sweet spot of collaboration where both are advancing their science and the state of art in both camps. Now, of course, this session is themed, has a transdisciplinarity as a theme. And there are all kinds of challenges in transdisciplinary research. It's not just a case of kind of adding one thing and another and they just instantly work. If you bring together lots of people from different fields, they come with lots of different expectations, epistemological, they have different kinds of materials or data, semiotic and methodological interpretation understandings, which needs a process of negotiation, right? And that ultimately is enriching, but it's costly. I mean, it's costly in terms of money, but it's costly in terms of resources and time, and it involves a sort of intellectual investment on the part of the researchers and a kind of an openness and a willing to collaborate. And ultimately, if it goes well, then it leads to kind of new methods and kind of often kind of new tools of interpretation, which can be really interesting. And I think another point that's interesting for the Living with Machines project is that transdisciplinarity doesn't need to just happen within the project. In that project, they produced some solutions in terms, I think it was in terms of the mapping side, if I remember rightly, which ended up being reused in kind of sciences. So there's kind of, they lent on the sciences for some of their research and they kind of gave back on the other hand. So, going back to Living with Machines, the scale of the research carried out on projects like this would have been unimaginable a few years ago. In addition to numerous publications, the project produced 47 public GitHub code repositories and numerous educational materials. And they've got a really nice set of videos, which if you want to look at computational methods in practice, they're really short and sweet, and they kind of go through, they go through the mapping side, they go through the textual analysis, and they go through the whole workflow. So I really recommend if you want to see computational humanities in action, go to their website and have a look at their amazing videos. But looking, if we then look at the role labels, and I haven't put it up on the slide, but if you look at the role labels of the researchers involved in this project, they are not traditional humanities labels. They're things like data scientist and engineer and so on. And we see that this kind of research requires a big team. I think they had 42 people in this case with advanced technical skills, and it's intensely transdisciplinary. But I want to end just kind of by thinking about what this kind of move towards a kind of more engineer-based research landscape for the humanities involves, because that's particularly, although I've been focusing more on computational humanities, that is also very relevant to the AI side of things as well. There have been moves in recent years by people to formalize that computational side of the research through, for example, the research software engineering roles, which are gaining recognition by institutions, thanks in part to the work of my colleagues in the King's Digital Lab, and which are crucial for large-scale funded projects. So the work here is trying to basically give recognition within a humanities research project to the people doing more of the computational work in a framework that can be understood and lead to academic credit benefits and career benefits and so on. But my final question in this section is, what are the wider implications of computational research in the humanities? I've already discussed how the challenges of how to realize this research at smaller scales, but what kind of expertise does a digital humanities, or indeed a humanist, or indeed a humanist in general, need to have going forward in order to be able to engage with research at scale or critique an LLM, for example? Today, my focus has been principally on research, not on teaching, but for many years I led the MA in Digital Humanities program at King's College London, and more recently I've been the director of the PhD program, which I'll be going back to in September. And I'm very happy to answer questions either in the panel or in lunch about that. But those are the kinds of things that are often covered on digital humanities projects, and I think that's where digital humanities really shows its kind of value. In conclusion then, the main focus of public debate about AI is often on efficiency or on commercial and political advantage. The humanities plays a key role in advocating for open or public infrastructures and AI for the public good, which I think is important as a kind of counterbalance. For the past few decades, the digital humanities have provided a means of formalizing how we engage with new digital methods and new objects of study in the context of new media realities, how we build collaborative transdisciplinary research groups following the principles of open science, how we foster new scholarly networks and communicate with new publics, and how we evaluate new forms of knowledge production and scholarship. While not the only field, of course, exploring digital cultural transformations, the digital humanities nevertheless provides an important interface between critical theory and digital practice in the humanities and cultural space. And crucially, in the context of today's discussion, despite the challenges discussed, digital humanities offers a relatively amenable interface for humanities researchers to engage productively with the computational turn. And there I end, and I just want to thank Professors Elena Batanar-Moro and Professor Chen Jing, who have provided feedback. In the case of Professor Chen Jing, has been a collaborator on a project exploring digital humanities in the UK and China. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you for emphasizing the importance of taking these new steps towards computational humanities, the true integration of various fields, and that's what transdisciplinarity is meant to be all about. So now we are privileged to hear our comment from Professor Janice Pan. Professor Pan works in the Department of Translation, Interpreting Intercultural Studies at Hong Kong Baptist University, and Professor Pan is director of the Academy of Language and Culture. Her research covers corpus-based translation and interpreting, including political discourse, digital humanities, learned factors, and situated learning in training interpreters, among many other topics. Professor Janice Pan, welcome.
Thank you, Artie. I'd like to show my greatest appreciation to both speakers of this first session this morning. I've been taking a lot of notes, very inspiring and insightful talk today. So I'd like to offer my brief summary and also my response to the first presenter, Professor Thomas Poe, to start with. I think Professor Poe has offered a very, very clear and also a very insightful picture of how AI and cultural production can come into play, from markets to structures, to governance, to precarity, to creativity, and most importantly, from what to where. So there are a lot of examples of AI applications for and in creative work provided, including AI anime, AI voice translation, etc. I'm happy that you mentioned translation as well. And the second is that he also talked about how to understand AI and creative work, situating AI in the main discourse of AI and creative work. And we can see that AI can nowadays generate not top, but getting better and better artworks, and this kind of responses also from the artists that we need protection as well. Number three, we also hear from Professor Poe that we need to situate generative AI and cultural production from a regional to a global perspective. And we hear a lot of examples from Japanese culture. It happened to be Japanese is my second foreign language, so I'm very, very excited to see those examples. I'd like to respond to the 3 points. Number one, actually, at the Hong Kong Arts Center tonight, the Film of Academy of our university will have a screening of Anthony Kim's AI film, Kun. And I think this is another addition to the collection of the AI production of creative work. Number two, regarding to AI and creativity, or AI versus creativity, I think we may think about, related back to the first presentation yesterday, whether AI are digital masters or digital muses for artists. That is a question that is worthy of further consideration as well. Lastly, from what to where, I'd like to address it from a translational scholar's perspective and also a cross-cultural perspective, because we talk about localization and globalization as well. And in this case, how about we move forward to think about localization versus, or in comparison to globalization of AI influenced cultural production in the future. In the second presentation, we hear from Professor Paul Spence on a lot of different ideas, and we learned from him a lot of things, but I would like to reorganize it from a different point of view. So first, we see that Professor Spence talked about AI and the humanities, and AI and the humanities in particular. We see a need for human-centric AI, and at the other hand, we also hear the fear for textbook classes. The second point I'd like to say is that we also hear from Professor Spence from digital humanities to computational humanities, and also he shared a lot of visions on computer developments for the humanities. What I'd like to comment on is the regional or language differences of AI, which corresponds very well with the regional differences mentioned in the first presentation as well. And we hear a lot of examples, rich examples of rich research infrastructures, which also relates to the first presentation perfectly well. In the end, we hear about transdisciplinary, and which this is actually an aspect that is relevant to the theme of the presentations here this morning. So we hear that we have to have, or we are looking forward to very exciting initiatives of transdisciplinary research and collaboration. And I would like to share with you that actually this is one of the features of HKBU, because yesterday at dinner we are asked what is the feature of BU, and I think transdisciplinarity is one of the things that we really feature and really want to embrace in the longer term. So we hear about how to have collaboration between human and machine a lot, and also at the end of the presentation, Professor Spencer talked about training, but I actually hear training in the presentation from two perspectives, one training of the machine and the other one training of the human. And most importantly, the training of the human-machine interaction, which is reflected in the topics relating to research infrastructures training. In response to both presentations, I would like to, since we hope to be able to feature the work of HKBU as well, so I'm going to provide an example from HKBU, which features on innovation, inclusion, plus AI and cultural production, and on top of that, collaboration with the industry world. And if my colleague can help me to show a slide that can feature the kind of work that we create. So Interlink is actually a project related to service learning and knowledge transfer in HKBU. So if you scan the QR code, you will have more information from the website and link it in. But what I'd like to highlight is that at Interlink, we hope to be able to provide a one-stop digital solution addressing communication barriers within the community. So we hope that you enter we will link you to a world without communication barriers. And if we can move, and the ASA project supported, as mentioned, definitely from HKBU, but also gaining support from the Hong Kong Science Park. We have an office in the Hong Kong Science Park as well, and also from the Innovation and Technology Commission. If I can move on to the next slide, which will showcase the kind of workflow of how we try to integrate technology and human. So if my, so this is one example of our workflow. So basically from the left to right, I'm using the Chinese way of organizing it. So we hope that we can use the machine's help to generate content. And this kind of content is produced by students guided by very senior seasoned professionals in the world from different fields, including legal, medical fields, or language service industry. And also we create featured content library for our users. After that, we will synthesize the content using the help of the machine, and we will allow the human being to do the review and adjust. So in the previous slide, I forget to mention that actually we focused on the combination of technology and language and culture, which is the name of the academy. And most importantly, we focus on this kind of interaction connected through human to human. So this human element is very, very important. So as mentioned here, through knowledge accessibility, which is the core value of Interlink, we hope to be able to enable human-machine interaction and to help to enhance the creativity of human to provide needed services to, most importantly, I will mention a little bit later, the marginalized groups in the community. Next slide, please. That is another example of how we work. Because in the AI work, security, ethics is one of the issues, so we produce certain kinds of steps using the help of the technology again to help to delete the sensitive information from the content provider and then create the content using the help of the machine of technology, and we integrate it afterwards. So after that, actually the users, their privacy can be protected, and also we don't have to be afraid too much about technology stealing our information too much. So this works very well because we work with people from the medical field and the legal field a lot. Another two examples of what we have done, so next slide, please. So this is one of the things that we have done. We focused on last year, for example, the communication and also collaboration with people from people who suffer from rare diseases and their caretakers. So we organized a 7-day exhibition using all of the kind of creative content generated, facilitated, and created by students, supervised by professionals in the field. So this is just a feature, the program of how we generate content through the help of AI, and also to help to train students to adapt to the needed community, and we provide actual outputs. So if you scan the QR code, you will be able to be led to the story itself to have more details about what we do in this exhibition. Another example, we also hope to be able to enable different groups, and then we also looked into how technology can help to enhance multilingual communication, and we don't want to neglect another very important language, which is sign language. And also this is what is going to be featured in the forthcoming conference of LAC, the Academy of Language Culture, in May, pretty soon. So again, we don't have enough time, so if you scan the QR code, you will have the full story covered. So if we return to the final slide, so basically at Interlink, what we feature, as mentioned earlier, human is always at the center. Human is the center of humanities, and then we hope that this example can help address some of the issues that we discussed a little bit earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor James Pan. And now we move directly to the roundtable discussion. Here we are, very well on the schedule. So let's get the chairs and material on stage, and please all the speakers and commentators join us in this roundtable discussion.
Matching our images.
Okay, so Thank you very much for your excellent, masterful insights in how important it is to cherish and preserve the idea of humanities, the idea of the human sciences, the scholarship in this rapidly evolving culture and society and the world with all the new technologies and making sense from all of that. And that's certainly something that we all have a lot of questions about how to navigate this landscape that is changing all the time. But then on the other hand, you'd say that that's always been the case in the human cultures, and we've always made it through somehow in one way or another. And I think there is this very promising and hopeful message that humans are very resilient, very adaptive species, and we somehow find our way through whatever happens. And so wow. That's why it's important to emphasize, and also the positive spin that maybe I'll begin with you, Thomas, because you have a flight to catch very soon.
Well, it's okay.
And so this is still okay. And so you emphasized, the idea of democratization of these words, creativity and through the acquisition of rapid skills. Now with technologies, and the acquisition of skills becomes, faster and faster, and we can, train and tutor ourselves to, develop these skills in a ways that we've probably never done before. And finding new ways of doing that is probably part of that meaning of creativity. Now, maybe someone might raise the question and perhaps a concern as well that, is it exactly the same kind of creativity? Then, I mean, it is from what to where, and that's important, the process of creativity as such, but lacking embodiment with machines, what is it? Okay. What's going on?
Well, thanks for the comments. So maybe to clarify a couple of things. So when I talked about democratization, I especially talked about a particular discourse, right, around AI that emphasizes sort of especially the disembodied nature of these technologies, which would then allow for new forms of democratization. So that's why I pulled up that quote from Kevin Kelly, who actually argued precisely this, right? And I argued the exact opposite, right? So I actually said, well, we want to situate, right, these technologies within very particular technological, economic, governmental settings to then start understanding the ways in which they reframe, reconstruct, reorganize central issues which we encounter around technology, like creativity or precarity, or democracy, for that matter. And once we start doing that, right, one thing we certainly start encountering, right, in tech development today, and that's true anywhere, right, is that there is just enormous concentration of resources, right? So these technologies are now primarily developed in the US, in China, and then some other countries are making efforts to sort of try to get into the game, right? And I think that's true for Japan, and maybe they're quite successful in certain areas, especially in anime and manga, and to some extent it also applies to science, right? Where Europe is trying to develop some of its own infrastructures also in AI and AI research. So I think it's within that particular economic, technological, political setting that we need to start understanding these things. So, and then going to your second question about creativity. So what I think is very important not to think about this as disembodied, right? So not to think about it as, this is now a machine that takes over what humans used to do in any of the things that actually are currently, taking shape. We always see hybrids, right? And I think that's also what your talk pointed out. Once we start, I mean, the stuff we're very familiar with, right? Our research. It's not that, the AI model is going to take over completely the analysis of whatever documents we're we're analyzing, it's always this hybrid constellation of, in this case, academic researchers and, some technological tools, infrastructures that allow us to do certain things which we might not have been able to do before. And that also applies to cultural production, right? So it's not the technology that takes over. We're just reorganizing creativity in a particular way. And I think, well, we had this discussion just during the very short break, right? These things have been ongoing forever, right? So in creative process, people have always, adopted technologies, whether it's a camera or, a brush, and now, it's an AI tool, which does come with its particular affordances, but it's very material, right? But it's very situated, and that's how we need to start thinking about this. And then we can start thinking about what does that mean in terms of creativity. So that's where the where of creativity comes in.
Yes. The point might then be that the worry that often has been raised that computers would take over is in a way not very comprehensible point, because technological culture is and has been originally a human culture, and it still is.
Exactly.
Technological culture is a human culture, and the growth of our knowledge about that is everything, and that's why we want to learn and understand what is going on. And that's what Paul, you emphasized the importance of when we do interdisciplinary research and train students to do interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research. We want to take the further steps, which is not only learning two fields, but finding the integration between the two fields or many fields. And that happens at the levels of methods and methodologies that can talk to each other. And so it's about learning, to think in different and new ways at the same time. So how would you see that landscape evolving in the educational setting and in the institutions? We are later on today talking a bit more about that, but when it comes to transdisciplinarity, how do you see this? Is there good progress that have been made in the institutions these days?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, thank you. So I think, one thing that's clear from both of our presentations and kind of indeed the whole event is just that kind of combination of the use of technology, but criticality is really important. It's expressed in different ways, different kind of epistemological kind of backgrounds to it and different theories and so on. But at the end of the day, it's, as I think we're saying, the kind of that critical perspective is really important. I think we're in kind of a complicated moment at the moment in the humanities, and the humanities is, sometimes I think the crisis discourse is a little bit of a lever to make political changes, so I'm hesitant to use it, but there are nevertheless some big challenges there. So it's a contradiction. On the one hand, you've got the kind of discourse about humanities facing many challenges, many changes, but on the other hand, a lot of people insisting on the importance of humanities, kind of critical humanities perspective in the use of technology, and we're seeing, we see evidence in the industry of how important humanities can be in kind of shaping, in critical roles, in kind of managerial roles, and kind of shape, roles around designing kind of new futures and so on. I think we also, in my department, we have everything from people who are much more kind of on the, as you know, from on the kind of critical digital, kind of what I would call critical digital studies kind of end of things, more kind of theoretical or more looking at platforms and more looking at things from that perspective, where people more on the side I inhabit, which are more kind of traditionally around creating tools and kind of and so on, and cultural heritage and so on. But I think what we have in common is that the need to combine that kind of criticality and so on. And I think often we're talking about, I think you talk about that looking at infrastructure. I mean, infrastructure and tools sound like very dry words to people in the humanities and to people in kind of from a cultural perspective. They're like, infrastructure is like roads and electricity, right? Well, no, it isn't. It's kind of lots of, infrastructure is how we create the knowledge, or, and I talked maybe quite a lot from a researcher perspective, but that's sort of as a wider proxy, right, for the kind of the way that we can create knowledge in society. What we're doing, I think what you're doing and what we're trying to do is really make a claim for a cultural perspective on how we relate to knowledge, how we create knowledge, and so on, that resists some of the kind of techno-positivist simplification that happens. You know, got to get big tech. Sometimes big statements, you know, where it almost feels like culture is not important anymore. It's kind of going to be driven by machines, and humanities is going to be replaced by, well, no, it's kind of, you know, we need to, I think, you know, a humanities perspective or a cultural perspective on infrastructure is really important. Being aware of the infrastructures we use so that we're in control, right? I mean, whether you're talking about doing humanities research or whether you're talking at home, you know, we need to be in control of this, right? We don't want to be ruled by the machine. You know, we want to use it in creative and critical ways. And that's, yeah, I think that's true of our very different, you know, we've covered very different materials and very different landscape. I think we're basically saying very similar things from different optics.
Yeah, so can I just add to this? So I very much agree with this. So I think it's just so important when we start thinking about, indeed, the things that we call or think of are dry. So infrastructures, you know, technological tools, software tools, but they carry, or a culture is embedded in them, right? So and the way in which we can express ourselves, what becomes visible, what so the horizon of expression is to some extent, not fully, but to some extent, really embedded within the technology. And so that, I think, is very important to realize. And I think sort of that extreme example which I gave, right, is very telling, right? So the Gemini being queer, or not queer, it prompted for generating a World War II soldier. And with all good intentions, right, on the part of Google, trying to produce diverse results, was producing something which is just horrific, right, which is really problematic in lots and lots of ways. And it's precisely, I think, humanities scholars come in to try to, well, hopefully help, you know, tech development in, yes, being diverse, but also in a way that actually makes sense within these various particular cultural, historical settings, which we're trained in, right, to actually think about these things. And so that's where this transdisciplinarity comes in. So we can't separate the technology from the culture, from the economics, and from, you know, the politics involved.
Thank you. What is your take on synthetic data and the value and perhaps disvalue of synthetic content? Someone estimated that by the next year, 90% of the content in the internet is actually synthetic and is created by these systems and large models, language models. How do you see the values and disvalues of that? And we have linguists here. Janice, how do you see synthetic data and what does it do to the meaning of language and expressions?
Thank you so much, Ati. I think this is a very, very important question because my research is actually relevant to data preparation, what we call corpus in interpreting studies. And in corpus, we focus on the selection of the data. So if the corpus is to be valid, then we have to make sure that the language is representative of the actual use of the language, because you cannot have a corpus that exhaustively include all kinds of varieties of languages in it. So you have to be selective, but you have to justify for this kind of selectivity to lead to what we call a very important notion, representativeness in the data representation. So this is how we are guided to build up data. But if I may relate to the generative age, most of the time, actually, the data comes from what we call web as knowledge or web as a corpus. So that poses certain kind of threat to the representativeness of the data and the authenticity of the data itself, because nobody can help to judge whether this data comes from reliable resources or not, or whether this can, because even from Google, sometimes we will say word Englishes, because the English used in Google through the platform of Google can be differentiated in between native users of English and also the second language, third language, or even or those who don't know English that well at all. So if we choose the sample not according to the proper portion of the kind of representativeness of the language, in this way, the accurate representation interpretation of language, then there is a threat. So that's why we sometimes face up with fake uses of language or AI hallucination. And of course, those are the things related to how generative AI chooses data. So this is one of the problem that we see. And the second problem is that in corpus studies, we highlight the source of the data. So if you want your corpus to be reliable, to show the actual use of the language itself, you have to show to people how the data is collected. Is it by naturalistic setting or experimental setting? Will your speaker have enough years of experience, or King's English or Queen's English? Which kind of English are you talking about? So if you clearly state the resources of language, this shows the validity of the data. So this is scientific way of collecting data. But again, web as knowledge and web as data doesn't help us to understand where the data come from in all of the cases. And in generative AI, the worst scenario is that we don't see, and also this is relating to what has been discussed yesterday about the authorship of the data. Because in corpus, we highlight indicating very, very clearly and even tagging the source of the data itself to show the reliability. But this is a missing link in generative AI. And we think generative AI is very, very powerful, but I would like to answer this question by using actually an online session organized by our librarian yesterday. Validity of the data is very, very important. Fact-checking of the data is very important. So that's the reason why I still feel very, very positive about humanities, because it will be the human who have to check the validity of the data. And this means that I always highlight this to my students and my colleagues. This means that humanities are getting more and more important, and also the hardcore of humanities, the hardcore of not just the humanities, but scientific research, science, education, becomes more and more important, because you have to have that level of expertise to be able to tell what is right, what is wrong. So I think that hopefully that answers partially your question, but I think, again, the most important thing is that machine-enabled human output, and then back to human. Because we shouldn't forget that the very etymology of the very wording of technology, techne and knowledge, by its Greek etymology, it means actually the expansion of humanities, the expansion of arts creation. So it is just that in the age of generative AI, we have a lot of tools now. Because I happen to be a poet myself, and I have a lot of poets friends who are now actually making use of generative AI to create poems and then include the elements of AI and the machine or technology into the creation of poetry and other creative work as well. So I think this means that we are just having different means, more resources to do so. Yeah.
How does it look like from the point of view of the creative intention, the questions of authorship and ownership when the data becomes the dominant feature?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think those are really complicated questions, and so I think the way you just talked about language, right, and sort of where language comes from and how it's situated and how to be able to sort of integrate them within a model already shows you, when you talk about one particular language, how complicated that is, right? And if we start looking at the ways in which these different languages are worldwide supported, then it's only a very small segment of languages that are actively supported, right? So we immediately see again sort of the point which I tried to make before. It is that this is really a concern or question around sort of concentration of resources, which then means that particular forms of culture are being adequately represented or reproduced and synthesized, and others are not, right? So if you go into the question, so what does synthetic data means? I think it's a huge issue, right? It means that, especially because certain perspectives or certain cultures will be very well represented and others not so much, and that's getting reproduced and reproduced. Also because synthetic data becomes much more important now also in training new models, right? So these things are being sort of replicated over and over, so that's, I think, a concern. I kind of forgot the question is about the creators, right? And
This is the creative intention.
Oh,
What
yeah,
happens
intention.
to intention in the
Yeah.
synthetic world?
Yeah, nice. So I think that's where we're now in this discussion very much headed, and I like that sort of take. Is that I think we should, and that the same applies to intention as it applies to creativity. It is that we should try to move away from just the human understanding of intentionality, right? Is that the intention is partly very much in the technological setting, in which that creative process takes place, right? So once you start thinking about this, we want to take along the intentionality, right, of the model that you're employing within the creative process. And that model then comes with particular affordances, right? It supports particular forms of expression, particular cultures, particular languages, which then allows for forms of expression. So intentionality, like creativity, becomes more complicated and more distributed. And but at the same time, of course, that's not only negative. Don't get me wrong, right? New forms of expression are absolutely possible, but it's analyzing it becomes more complicated. And again, that's where humanities work, I think, becomes important in collaboration with other disciplines.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to the audience questions, and let's hear from all of you. And may I suggest that Thomas, you need to leave very soon. That's the first direct questions to. To Thomas, and then please take a mic over there, and then we'll continue on this platform.
Hi, this is Rachel from Religion and Philosophy at the Baptist University. I think you all touched on it already, but I'd love to invite our panelists to speak a bit more about implications for education. So I think it was so helpful to hear such a nuanced picture of all the processes going on in cultural production, the many different stages at which AI could be involved, maybe should be or might not, maybe shouldn't be. And then also similarly, that table of the 4 different options for trying to reach that 4th option of real good transdisciplinary work as well, very complex as well. And then some great examples from Professor Pan too. I was just thinking if you could maybe say more specifically what kind of scaffolding, skills, knowledge, resources do you think students need to be able to find their place in that complex picture, really be creative and really do transdisciplinary work? Thank you.
Great. Yeah, this is really, really great question. Thank you. So maybe I can answer that question in a number of ways. So first, maybe going to Paul's presentation on sort of computational humanities. We recently set up a new degree, which is actually a computational, to a large extent, computational humanities degree, although it does incorporate a lot of critical data studies as well. So we're trying to make the crossover. And why we set that up is precisely because what we're noticing in actually sort of computational humanities projects, so it's related to Clarin, it's the Dutch version, Claria, where we're involved in the creation of sort of these large data sets, digitized sets that should enable new forms of research, right? And also new forms of teaching and so on. And what we're then noticing is sort of a couple of problems on both sides. So we're seeing that there's a lot of resources available, that's great. But what we're seeing is that computer scientists, although very willing, tend to develop quite sort of generic tools that are applicable in a wide variety of settings, but don't necessarily support sort of humanities research and sort of the types of questions we would like to ask as humanities scholars. And the other way around, there's also a lack of sort of computational digital literacy on the part of humanities scholars, right? Students who are not aware or do not, well, themselves know how to develop these tools in the first place, which I think is a little bit problematic. So if you think about students should be able to work with Jupyter notebooks, for example, and do this type of research. So they require some training there to understand sort of capabilities, but then also and a very important part, and that's where critical sort of data studies comes in, understands the particular affordances that come with the tools that they're employing, right? What kind of questions do these tools allow you to ask or not allow you to ask? What is included in the data set, right, in the first place? How is the data set curated, made available? What kind of metadata is connected to it? And if you're using that, how are you then engaging with the data? So those kind of questions which really very fundamentally impact the kind of insights you can produce really require a lot of teaching, right? So it's teaching technological skills, but also critical sort of data skills to ask these kind of questions, because they then go to the heart of what you do as a student or as a scholar and the type of sort of insights you then produce. So it's technological skills in combination really with critical inquiry, which I think is very fundamental in doing this. Yeah, maybe you want to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with pretty much everything you said there. I mean, it's a great question. It's also a very difficult question to answer because there are so many different ways you could take it. I mean, just to give an example, where I work at King's College London, we have BA in digital culture. I think it's called Media and Digital Culture. We have 5 or 6 MAs in digital humanities, big data, digital cultural studies, and digital economies. And so it depends. You know, each programmer has a different kind of take on it because you know you have the more kind of theoretical or more kind of studying platforms and so on. You have the more digital humanities. The program I'm involved in, people learn to code. They learn to code in Python, you know, not using Jupyter. Well, actually, yes, using Jupyter notebooks, but also without using Jupyter notebooks. And, you know, people say, you know, we had this debate for years and years ago when it wasn't very fashionable to talk about coding and so on. Should we include coding for humanities students? And you know what? It was we insisted with it, and it proved a success because now people come to us because you know, and 95% of our students, or maybe a higher percentage, have no or very little previous experience of coding, and they're not going to become computational scientists. That's not the point. Right? The point is not to become if you want to do that, you go and do a comp sci degree. But the point is to have enough understanding of the code that you're able to engage with it and be critical about it. And if you then get a job, which most people don't go into academia, big surprise, they go into kind of commercial world, and they become managers or the person sitting on the shoulder of the person doing the development or collaborating with the person doing the more development, and they can maybe tinker with it, but that's not the idea for them to become a kind of a coder. And I think the AI thing complicates things. I'll come back to that in a minute, but I think it's really valuable, as you said. I mean, I think nowadays it should be the problem. It should be that every humanities student, in my opinion, has some understanding of how to use a Jupyter notebook, or certainly a large percentage. And it should be something coming through all the way from school to university. And the problem we have in the UK, and I think it's a pretty universal problem from the interview study I've just done in the UK and the comparative one in China, I think it's a similar thing. And I've just done another study on Spain and Latin America, very similar. There is not any continuity between the different kind of educational stages. So you're getting people, well, a lot of our students are from China or from Hong Kong and another part of mainland China, but also international US. So first we've got the international aspect. We've got the huge transdisciplinary rich, people coming from all kinds of backgrounds, and a lot of people not from humanities, lots of people from information sciences, and that's great. I heard somebody from sports science once, and I was like, how is that person going to engage with digital humanities? They were one of the best students. They were great, So there's kind of all different perspectives. I think what AI brings to this is that there's this sudden, well, firstly, the humanities as suddenly kind of I realized that we have to engage with this in some way, whereas before with big data, it was seen as a more of a niche thing and so on. That's changed, and one of the things I wanted to do in my presentation was show that there's a history here of the kind of work you do with Tobias and so on. There's kind of more on the so-called humanities computing side of things is another history which we mustn't forget that kind of feeds into it. So I think there's a question about what kind of literacies we want to get. Now, what are AI literacies? So we've always talked about digital literacies, and there were all kinds, 10, 20 years ago, there were kind of discussions around visual literacies and so on. Now we're talking about AI literacies. What does that mean in practice? For me, it means not just engaging with platforms and tinkering around a bit, general purpose platforms, and doing a bit of critical theory. It means actually engaging with them, trying to see under the bonnet, trying to break them in constructive ways. I don't mean in malicious ways, I mean in constructive ways, creative ways, because that's how you learn about them, right? And having that kind of that practical experience, I think, is really beneficial in the in the professional world, whether you go into commercial sector or you go to academic sector. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's take another question.
Thank you. Maybe just a couple of minutes. I know that Artie wants to entertain another question. So back to the question of this, I agree with both of you. This is a very, very good question and very, very meaningful question at this moment. So back to interdisciplinarity, the very rationale for it has to be discussed as well. I think along with the knowledge development within each discipline, sometimes it makes sense to step outside the box from a different perspective to see how the discipline can grow, and also the aspects from other discipline can help the home discipline to grow as well. So I would like to take interpreting and the essay example. For example, we do interpreting in political or medical settings, and in this case, when we do research, do we focus on just interpreting, or we focus on political science as well, or do we specialize in political science and interpreting? But the case is that we see a lot of time we also have people who coming from history studies background to study interpreting as well, to see how interpreting plays a role in the long history of history, in the long river of history. And so I think that helps us to mutually grow to a certain extent. And back to the question about training itself, I think it can be divided into two layers. The first is about the content of the training. So since we know that knowledge is going to make advancement and we're going to have more and more information relating to a certain discipline, do we teach everything? Or do we teach our students to specialize in something and get to know about something? So this is something that we focus very much in interpreting as well. So we train the basic skills, the core skills of interpreting, how to, if we use layman's language, transfer from one language into another. But also we use different materials, especially at the undergraduate training level. So we use materials from political science, from different fields. But they don't have to specialize in science. Say, for example, to do interpreting relating to science, but we teach them to learn how to learn quickly. Specialized knowledge from different fields. So I think that kind of skill is very, very important. So back to the training itself, humanities and AI, say, for example, do we teach everything about humanities? No. We teach students on how to find the best knowledge, and also this is differentiated at different levels. At the BA level, we give them general introduction to a discipline, and then if they want to specialize in one more or a particular area, say, for example, our PhD students focuses on the brain, the kind of brain waves when they're doing interpreting. So that is more specialized knowledge about the cognitive side of interpreting, say, for example. So that's even more specialized at the PhD level. So again, I think the general introduction migrated from more specialized area of content knowledge should be the core of the training itself as well. And on the other hand, about technology, I would treat it the same way, because do we teach students all different types of AI resources? So this is reflected in our student dissertations as well. So if I say, I focus on ChatGPT, so what if after 4 years we don't have ChatGPT, we have ChatMVT or ChatAVT? Do we have to change the entire thesis, start from the scratch? No, we don't, right? So we don't expect the students to know every tool, but in the training, I hope that we can teach the students the rationales of the tool. So whenever they learn a new tool, they know how to apply their knowledge to get to know that tool very, very quickly. So again, this is differentiated between MA, BA, and the PhD level of education. Lastly, a little bit about pedagogical methodology. I think to actually enable and empower students to get to know and have to motivate them to learn more about what's happening. I think project-based learning, experiential learning, and more lately service learning can be good teaching methodology to be applied in the classroom to encourage students to have this kind of curiosity to learn about what's happening and apply them into actual use, and then encourage them to actually to apply what they learned from the classroom into the actual service or application in the community. Thank you.
So ultimately, the learning objective or meta-learning objective for the better future, the vision of a better future would be to help make machines more human-like and avoid making humans more machine-like. And that's where we need humanities and high-quality humanities education to understand computers, understanding the limitations at the same time, what they can and cannot do. And that's why we are here for. So let's collect some further questions from the audience. Yeah, please address our experts on stage on anything that you always wanted to know about any of these topics, including any related
Feeling
topics.
as if we're having a Viva here.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Chairman and the speakers. And my name is Kristen Fan, and I work at BU's Office of Institutional Research and Planning. And I have a question, and maybe it's more suited for the afternoon session, but I'd like to hear your view on it as well. So Hong Kong, as you know, is where the East and West culture meets. And the educational institutions here has the advantage of accessing both worlds. So I would like to hear from you about your view or your advice or your experience about what would be the best way to educate students, or what would be the best way for Hong Kong institutions to educate, to take advantage of this unique situation and have access to both the AI tools created in US and in Australia, in China. Sorry, I'm from Australia, so I just slipped yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So how do you feel that, this happy coexistence of, getting to use all the available tools from East and West, and how to choose from that palette, and how to help students to make right choices on, which course of study to take, which direction, and where to, ultimately it's a question about the data. We know that we've pretty much used all the, data in the whole world to train these models and pre-train them, and we are running short of data really, and that's probably the, something that every developer, every company is facing these days, is that there might be that, we are not necessarily seeing improvement all the time. So that's a crucial part of technologies, is that it, progress in technology doesn't mean that it's always, moving forward in certain ways. It might be 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards. And, the unique position that we might be having here means that maybe, we could try to make these steps, avoiding steps backwards and having more steps forwards, given the geopolitical situations and all of that. So how do you, feel the situation, and maybe it's also the Europe contrast with the US and China, and taking, best of the, both worlds, or all the worlds.
So maybe, maybe I can start with a sort of real political remark. I think we're entering, right, the sort of the era of real politics again, right, where I think sort of military power, political power really becomes very influential in sort of how we shape also culture, which we're very concerned with here. And I think precisely places like Hong Kong, and there are a couple of more, maybe also to some extent Europe, to some extent, really are in these places of intersection, right? Where, and in that sense, I think it will. I mean, if we still hope to have a connected world, where we can exchange, right, where we can collaborate, even though that might be difficult because of political circumstances, it is so incredibly important to keep on making those connections. And so it's not just transdisciplinarity, right? It's also really, a geopolitical or geocultural sort of bridging boundaries. And why is that so important? Right, if we say that, real world politics will become more and more important, I think that's what we're already seeing, right? A very strong protection of national tech industries in the US, and that has been the case in China for a long time already, but that's going to be more pronounced. And that means that within those settings, with those national priorities, and sort of the promotion of national cultures, and will be translated into AI, right? The AI tools, the dominant AI tools that will become available. So I think, and there you really want to have intermediaries, people that can make those bridges. And Hong Kong obviously is one of those places. So I think, it's going to be really important. But we do need to be, I think, realistic, right, about sort of the kind of world we're now in, and that we have to find ways to navigate that in ways that are good for us and that continue collaboration and thanks.
Yeah, it's been said that whoever controls AI controls the world, and by that it's meant that controls the cognitive maps of the people, given the global access to these platforms and tools. And so it is a race, of course. It's a massive race, and so how to navigate?
Can I just, because I actually do need to leave now. It was pronounced that I would leave the stage. Sorry about this. Thank you all very much for being here, and I look forward, hopefully, to connect with you in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much,
thank you,
Thomas. Thomas, thank you very much for your insights and comments, presentation, and don't miss your. Don't miss your flight. Don't miss your taxi waiting outdoor. All right. Thank you. Yeah. So let's go back to this. East west.
Okay. Let me provide a two-word answer. In Cantonese, Yun Yuan. So this is the drink I recommended to our guests yesterday. And I echo very much to your point. Hong Kong is the best place where the West meets the East, and also comfortably and perfectly mingled well in between each other. Yun Yuan is, to be honest, not my favorite drink. So except for those who don't know, it's a mixture of coffee and tea. I wasn't originally born in Hong Kong, but Hong Kong became home to me because I love translation, love interpreting. I love the kind of communication between different languages and cultures. And Hong Kong became home to me because of a culture that I would compare to Yun Yuan, because you see the tea and coffee perfectly getting combined with each other and into one simple drink. It doesn't have to be very tasty, but it speaks for Hong Kong the best way, as far as I can say. So to expand it a little bit, I think basically this is relevant to what we discussed a little bit earlier, and also I see in both presentations, the localization and perhaps globalization of digital humanities tools or infrastructure platforms, etc. So for two developers, they definitely want to go for one place for all, like the case for Interlink as well, but ideally, it may be achieved, but technically it cannot be achieved. That's why localization is very, very important. That comes from the field in the translation as well. So when we do translation, do we actually do word-for-word translation, or do we adapt it to different cultures? So in that case, we have to add more explanation and also to make use of the local resources. So I think that is why we have DeepSeek, say for example, we mentioned about DeepSeek a little bit earlier, and also the low resource languages, to be honest, are not well represented in certain platforms. So I think speaking from two perspectives, for researchers, I think it's important for us to help the marginalized language communities to be well represented in the digital world, to help them include their data in the big data so that they will not be underrepresented in the future. So that's one thing. And the other is that when we are making use of the tools, we have to think about, in translation, we talk about scopus theory. So you have to think about the target audience, the context that you are going to apply the tool. So for general purpose, generative AI suits the purpose, of course, but not just about regional differences, but also about different usage in different settings. For example, in legal settings, say, for example, I mentioned Interlink, we specialize in this kind of sensitive information deletion because we wanted to target for the legal context. So that's part of the reason why when we are thinking about applying the tool, localization is a very important concept, and also scopus theory, the German word purpose, that is the guiding tool for us to decide whether this is the tool that we want to make use of or we want to adapt it to local markets. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Paul, how do you see this? How do you train your students to make these ethical choices between various options that there may be for their use in the AI world?
Obviously, we've already talked about the kind of the concentration aspect, which is affecting international relations and so on. And one of the the research I mentioned before with Professor Chen Jing from Nanjing University, we're trying to do a comparison between UK and Chinese digital humanities. It focused more on the research side than the teaching side of things. We hope to publish a report soon on that, and it was precisely to try and get over some of the challenges of collaboration. And we took, China and UK as two examples, but a lot of hopefully the lessons that we learn from this will be helpful for other environments as well. Because I do think that is not enough. You talked a lot about kind of the intercultural studies aspect, which I think is really important in translation, which I think tends to get overlooked very much in the UK. In UK, like US and other Anglophone countries, this kind of image of kind of monolingual countries. That's the kind of the ideology, but it's not the reality at all. There's a lot of multilingualism, and our cohorts are profoundly, our student cohorts are profoundly multilingual and international. So it's a kind of feels like an excellent opportunity which is often under-realized. And I'm personally, as somebody interested in multilingualism, are trying to find ways to do something about that. So I think there are lots of opportunities which are not being realized basically in this space.
Okay, thank you very much. This will bring our roundtable to the end towards lunch hour now. So thank you very much for the speaker, commentators, and all the audience here listening, participating, asking questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Paul, Professor Spence, Professor Pan, and Professor Patarnian. So one of the keywords this morning is where. So please kindly be seated. So we found that actually one of the keywords this morning is where creativity is redefined, where context matters, and settings matters, and subject matters. So from less spoken languages to marginalized groups in the community. Perhaps next time when we type prompts into ChatGPT, we should take a moment to think about where it's actually taking us.
Agree with Emily and the speakers. AI and transdisciplinary education can mutually reinforce each other, driving innovation and holistic problem solving. Realizing this potential requires addressing of ethical, structural, and accessibility challenges while fostering a culture of collaboration and critical inquiry. So these questions are open to the floor for further discussion and exchange during the lunchtime. So we'll see you at 2:30 and enjoy your lunch. See you.
Thank you.
wanted to take as my point of departure an argument which is going to recur in the remarks that I present to you today, and that is really echoing back to the Toronto School of the 1960s. The idea is that media and technologies are extensions of the human. Those extensions, the way they interact with our cognitive faculties, the way they expand them, the way they change the ground on which we walk, so to speak, is really what I'm interested here. And I thought as an iconic object, I would choose what seems like a very simple object, but of course it's a key object in the history of technology, and that is the compass. The compass, which was a Chinese invention of the 2nd century, originally used for geomancy, for the reading of signs on the surface of the earth, otherwise invisible or uninterpretable. But also, of course, it's a tool that becomes the key to navigating the physical world starting in the 10th century in the Song Dynasty. The compass is an idea, it's an object, it's a tool, it's a metaphor. Some of these meanings that we associate with compasses, of course, have to do with boundary lines, the extent, the range of our experience, our ability to interpret, to interact with the physical world, the world of information, with cultural worlds. So it's within this larger compass that I want to talk about AI as the latest tool that, in a sense, is asking us to think about the boundaries of the human in some new and innovative ways, opening up opportunities, also creating challenges, many of which have been touched upon by the preceding speakers. I'm going to broadly, this is at a very high-level talk, touch on all of these themes, how we shape tools, but also how those tools in turn shape us, shape the boundaries of our modes of communication, culture, interaction. What are some of the models of knowledge production that are opened up by the availability of these set of computational and mature contemporary tools? How we navigate and interact with the physical, the sociocultural and informational worlds that we inhabit. How objects of knowledge can become objects of experience and vice versa, like the compass itself. And last but certainly not least, how expert knowledge can be rendered actionable, how it can matter, how it becomes expressive, maybe even beautiful. We live in a world where there's tremendous amounts of good knowledge, but a lot of that knowledge doesn't have an impact, it doesn't matter. And I think that's a challenge that we as communities dedicated to creating expert knowledge, we need to grapple with. I'm gonna build my remarks loosely around 3 threads. The whole question of the history of humanities innovation over the past 50 to 70 years. The second is the compass of the human, which is, of course, the compass of the humanities, those disciplines that are dedicated to studying the human in its mutable, constantly evolving shape. And third, the question of AI, critical and creative uses of AI. A lot of this has been anticipated already, but I want to talk, in this section of the talk, I'm going to, for better or for worse, rely on just some models of projects that within the Meta Lab exemplify some of the ways that we've tried to grapple and to lead the way, to serve as thought leaders around the question of how the humanities meets AI and AI meets the humanities. The relationship between computation and the humanities is not a new relationship. It's an old story. It's a story with a deep history. Back in the 1950s, actually in 1946, the figure you see there, Father Robert Booza, gave a paper at the Medieval Academy talking about a project, a future project, his dream project, to take IBM mainframe computers and to use them to create a reference tool for the study of his area of specialization, which was the work of Thomas Aquinas, the great scholastic philosopher. And if you've ever read Thomas Aquinas, you know that having a good reference tool is extremely valuable because Thomas Aquinas was a copious writer, a very systematic writer, but his work has a complex set of intertwining. So back in 1946, we have the first digital humanist, so to speak. That's me in 1983 with a head of hair in front of a Kurzweil data entry machine, which was the state-of-the-art scanning OCR machine at the time. It occupied the space of practically an entire room. And it was designed to read TypeScript, typewritten texts. I'm a medievalist by training. We were trying to train it, and we managed to train it. This was at Dartmouth College, by the way, where artificial intelligence as a label was born, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute. We trained it to read 18th and 19th century editions, in other words, often pre-industrial print editions. It took 3 years to train this machine to read a single page of an 18th century edition. Why were we doing that? We were creating a resource that took line-by-line commentaries of Dante's Comedy, a poem composed at the end of the 13th century, the beginning of the 14th century. Commentary tradition began almost simultaneously with Dante's death in 1321. Line-by-line commentaries were created for 650 years. A database waiting to happen. We built that database. But to build that database, you needed a tool that could translate all of the print culture, all of that manuscript culture into digital form, into data. And then at the end of the 1990s, I was lucky enough to be able to start the Stanford Humanities Lab, totally different circumstance, different era. The first kind of World Wide Web boom, internet boom. And during that period, the label Digital Humanities emerged, and it's a label I continue to use and care about, but in the evolution of my own work, I've increasingly thought of myself less as a digital humanist, and already several of my colleagues have anticipated the moment, magic moment, when the word digital will disappear. Humanities will be the word, and digital is just the way we make things now. The way we produce knowledge, the way we communicate, the tools that we use. And I think that's a happy disappearance myself. Today, and perhaps this is a little bit too self-reflexive, at MetaLab, we spend a lot of time trying to think about how do we describe the space we want to occupy, we want to operate within. We call ourselves an idea foundry in the sense that ideas, research questions, problems are what drive anything we do. It's not the word digital isn't there, the word technology, computation, it's not there because it's not the point of departure. Where's an interesting niche? Where's a problem, a question that can't be tackled with conventional means? The second is we call ourselves a knowledge design lab in the sense that every research question, every idea doesn't have an automatic vehicle or it doesn't turn into a monograph or a book. The research question and the means by which it is confronted and then expressed is part of the question. So we're deeply committed to an ethos of experimentalism, if you like, to experimenting across modes of communication, modes of knowledge production. And the third one is really important because in universities it's a little controversial. We call ourselves a production studio. We work on deadlines. We have contracts, we have deliverables, just like in the corporate world. And that can be challenging sometimes. People get paid for their labor. It's project-based. We're an assembly of projects and a very loosely structured community. But this combination for me is a combination that's important because not only does it tackle this question, which I'm going to talk about for a second, but also the possibility for new conjunctions between hands-on practice and the kinds of traditional theoretical, not applied knowledge that are associated with humanities fields. And I think one of the great opportunities that this isn't directly linked to AI, but it's linked to the larger turn within the humanities that we have with technology as part of the mix, is to go beyond the kind of hand-mind separation between the applied theoretical separation and to move into a realm where making becomes a central feature of knowing and making are in a more intimate relationship. Now, I wanted to just make this brief sort of digression on data because working with data is one of the consequences of that computational turn. And data used to be viewed as something external to somehow the world of culture, the human. And of course, data is a kind of thin word. It's not given like the Latin word datum suggests. It's an abstraction. Data are abstractions, they're mathematical constructs, they're artificial, and they float somewhere above that kind of elusive, multisensorial world that we all inhabit in our physical bodies. But however cut and dry they may appear, data are representations, and they often capture something sometimes significant or deep about the human experience. But they have one inherent attribute, which is when we convert the world of texts or sounds or sensations into data, they become actionable in different ways, in ways sometimes that involve scales that are more than human scales, more than conventional cognitive scales. And it's that when the human record becomes tractable and actionable and scales that are so volatile, protean, and powerful, we're operating on a different terrain than the traditional terrain of humanistic knowledge production. And that can be an exciting thing as well as a challenging thing. The way that I, in my own work, particularly during the MetaLab phase, have thought about some of the areas that are the most exciting areas of opportunity are thinking about, whoops, that slide kind of fell apart, and about the whole question of we have tons of knowledge, as usual, of whether it's expert knowledge or archival or historical knowledge. How do we somehow animate it? How do we not just keep it in storage somewhere, but actually engage with it, activate it, make it an object of experience? The second is collections. Throughout the world, institutions of memory, cultural institutions, museums, archives, libraries have enormous repositories of stuff. The whole human record is in storage sites, basements. The degree to which it has been digitized is extremely small. Many museums have 95% of their collections in storage. Sometimes the employees themselves have never seen the collections. How do we go beyond this impasse, use the digital transformation as an opportunity to activate and animate these kinds of resources that are essential to the human record? And the third, which for me is absolutely essential, is as humanists, we're great at critiquing. We're great at making theoretical and speculative arguments, but making is often the place where the rubber hits the road. It's where you actually learn, where new knowledge emerges. And I believe strongly in the importance of modeling and making as reiterative practices, particularly with the possibility of failure, which in the humanities is a bit of a shock. But I remember when I started the humanities lab, my engineering colleagues would say, you guys have a success rate of 70% in your projects. How do you do that? Like, we typically have 10%, and that's considered fine in many engineering fields, because failure is a form of success sometimes. You learn things in the process. I think we need to have that same iterative process. And I'm just gonna quickly transition here to just saying, some of the things that excite me about this world that's emerging in this mature phase of the computational transformations of humanities-based practice are the notion of trying to model, to describe, define new genres and forms of scholarly communication, ways of building audiences that are not audiences who will ever buy a scholarly monograph or read a specialized paper, and models of education and research practice that move across these divides fluidly. So some of the practices that I've been involved in that continue to strike me as pertinent to this larger transformation that we're living through have to do with thinking about how to use old media in new ways, like print, and I'll say something about that in a second. Database storytelling at different kinds of scales. How can we turn large, sometimes enormous data sets into forms of experience or stories, narratives that are meaningful to people, that make arguments, that engage audiences. Thinking about museology as well as libraries in ways that go beyond a kind of object-centered approach, that look at them as institution systems, that redesign the modes of interaction. Thinking about the relationship between embodiment and data. And of course, experiments that involve critical and creative uses of AI, as well as forms of pedagogy that are connected. Back in, when I moved from Stanford to Harvard, that group of authors who you see, other 4 authors, they were all part of a seminar at UCLA back in 2008 originally. And we wrote a book together called Digital Humanities, even though that's not the label I use today to describe my work. You'll notice there's an underscore between digital and humanities, and that was the core point here, was that the digital has an impact on the humanities, but the humanities flows back into the digital in ways that also change the digital. It's that bidirectionality that interested us. But what I wanted to the point I wanted to make is, you won't find this in the Chinese translation, but this book was an experiment. There's a graphic designer who was one of the authors, And the experiment had to do with the scales of argument, with modes of argument. You can read the book in a short form, you can read it in a long form. It plays across different thresholds of attention. It doesn't just expect you to sit in a cubicle somewhere and read quietly. And I'm very interested in that idea. You can print on demand today. You can print instantly. And The Library Beyond the Book, which Glo was kind enough to mention, is another experimental book in this regard. It's a conventional book. It was published by Harvard University Press. But the marginalia in the book are also a card deck, which designers and architects who are designing libraries today can use as a prompt to try to think about what a library should be or could be in the era of AI. Sometimes what architects do is they just say, I'll build a big box. You librarians decide what to put in it. No, this is an attempt to go beyond that model. And the other point is that the last chapter of the book is actually the script for a documentary film that we showed at various film festivals. So the idea of kind of multi-channeled, threaded models of communication and publication, a serious scholarly book, but that's a beautiful book, a design-based driven book, this kind of mixing and matching and experimenting with modes of communication, for me, is really important. Now, I'm going to just show you a couple of other examples that I think embody the same spirit. This is a project that a colleague of mine did at the Meta Lab back in, I think it was 2013. And what you're seeing here is an archive of 140 years of the life of a collection. It's not a collection of artworks, it's a collection of trees. It's the Arnold Arboretum's archive. And this is a serious scholarly article that has a database that's threaded through it. You can look at the story of this collection of trees, of thousands and thousands of trees, year by year, planting by planting. You can also look at read the history of the institution, but that same visualization of the database can be visualized as a kind of tree-like structure with each event included. And this was part of a physical installation in a gallery right at the center of the Arboretum. So my point is, it's the fluidity and the kind of polymorphy of data that allows us to think beyond this idea that sort of knowledge exists here. This is a kind of liquid form, synthetic form of knowledge. Here's another example. Here's a database. This was a project that we did during the Black Lives Matter movement. This is an online monument, you might say. It's built out of a database. The database of citizens killed by police in the United States during a period of 20 years. Is this a work of humanities? Is it an artwork? What I know is it's a perfectly accurate representation of every event, but because it's a database, it doesn't just appear like the Vietnam War Memorial Monument in Washington with names. Each of those names can be organized differently. You can look at it from the standpoint of gender. You can look at it from ethnicity. You can go year by year. You can look at the location. It's that ability to shift between different horizons, different perspectives that makes, I think, the difference. To design that so that it's meaningful is what I'm after here. Glo mentioned a project that's installed right now. If you go to the city of Trento in the Dolomites, it's called Performance. It's part of 3 exhibitions in preparation for the 2026 Milan Cortina Winter Olympic Games, installed in these 2 former highway tunnels. And I'm just going to show you quickly. This was the first version, which at the center of this is a database turned into an immersive experience. The entire 100-year history of the Winter Olympic Games is turned into an interactive experience where visitors can see the whole shape of the Olympic Games as they grew, as the countries that participated changed, or they can follow the history of a particular event or a particular athlete. This is the current installation. On the right side, you see one of the visualizations which tells the story of individual athletes, famous athletes, who moved from one sport to the other, who participated in multiple games. In one case, we tell the story of an athlete who changed sex. They went from male to female. So the ability to move between these macro, meso, and micro stories in an experiential way, to me, is one of the opportunities. Again, the database is a fact-based database, but the experience is a different kind of experience. And it's an area that we're trying to convene with our colleagues at the Barabazi Lab at Northeastern a conference this summer of some of the major practitioners of data visualization, which in my mind is the storytelling mode of our time, or it's one of the defining ones of the current era. So what about AI? I haven't said very much about AI yet. So I want to start by just saying a few things that seem to me important, and I'll try not to be redundant with some of the points that have been made already. First of all, AI is 70 years old, almost literally. Second of all, it's neither artificial nor intelligent in the usual meaning of the word. When John McCarthy, who I'm going to come back to, at Dartmouth, called it artificial intelligence, he didn't mean not human, he meant the opposite. He meant, because art is in the word artificial, and Professor Pan mentioned this earlier, techne in Greek means art. It's technology and art. They are the same thing in the Greek mind. So when it was called artificial intelligence, it was meant to accentuate the human. So there are no data models without human data. LLMs without millennia of human linguistic practice don't exist. So my point is that there's nothing more human than AI and less artificial in our conventional sense. And also by the word intelligent, and by the way, there was a big debate at Dartmouth and later about should it be called augmented, machine, et cetera. But intelligence here, I think, tends to shift our focus in the wrong direction, to not understand how much statistically average representations of patterns in a given data set with a weighting system that can be variable is really at the core of AIs. It isn't intelligence in this kind of human sense that we ordinarily think of. So, next point, which I think is crucial, is AI is not monolithic. There's a tremendous range of deployments of AI, from natural language processing systems to computer vision systems, to autonomous systems, decision support systems. It's a whole universe of practice, and I think we do some violence to the richness of that ecosystem by thinking of it as if it were fully integrated. It isn't. And for me, this is a key point. AI, above all, is a powering system. It's an enabler. It's a process, not a product. And I'll say more about that in a second. And finally, that AI, in my view, are really they're tools. They're tools. For all the talk about AGI and human replacement and so forth, I think that's the wrong emphasis. The emphasis should be, what do we do with these tools? How do they enable us to do things that we want to do, that are aligned with our values? Now, what is, in the case of the expression of AI that's become the most pervasive and dominant and influential and significant in certainly the world of text-based humanities? Well, LLMs. What are LLMs? Well, obviously LLMs are built on this enormous corpus of materials, including what's called the Common Crawl, Books 2, Books 1, Books 3, web text, et cetera. I don't want to go into any of those details. There are obviously controversial issues about the nature of that data, questions of copyright, questions about resource use, questions also about the forms of labor that are hidden, that are required to maintain these kinds of systems. And I don't want to linger over those, but in the critique of AI, of course, one of the arguments coming from the humanities side of things is that culture and creativity indeed are not just a statistical average of past, not to mention stolen data. It's not necessarily my view, but I just want to underscore that there's a contentious territory here that we have to talk about. So for me, the interesting question from a humanities standpoint is, what do we do with averaging, with the big head that has a long tail attached to it? And what about AI as a critical and a creative tool? What are those two horizons? How do we work across those two? So I want to go back now to the beginnings of the label AI, at least. This is the famous Dartmouth meeting that was held in 1956 with some of the founding figures, including Marvin Minsky, who at the time was at Harvard, and John McCarthy, and Claude Shannon. When they held this meeting at Dartmouth, these were the 7 points that they brought up as being foundational to this emerging future discipline, which was called AI. The 7th, anticipated exactly the conversation we're having. They were already thinking about creative practice in relation to artificial intelligence. You can see here, they thought about what they called automatic computing, which was basically simulation, language, NLPs, neural nets, or they anticipated them, and so on and so forth. But the last item was randomness and creativity. They have a slightly idiosyncratic understanding of randomness and creativity, but it's interesting that they were already thinking, how could this machine that's going to be about patterns, also be used generatively, so to speak? Because by creative, we always mean, but notice the emphasis on intuition, that it won't be efficient unless it has guidance somehow. It's not going to become the producer of art or creativity, but it could be aided to become a tool that serves the interests. And I wanted to bring this up because one of the most brilliant and lucid interpreters of even this early phase of cybernetics, as it was called then, Italo Calvino, the author of Invisible Cities, of Cosmocomics, and so forth. Back as early as you can see, in 1967, Calvino was fascinated by the idea that there would be writing machines that could write just like humans. And far from being horrified by that idea, like most of our school teachers are horrified by their students using ChatGPT, Calvino makes a kind of a lovely point here that for him what's exciting is that randomness, creative factor, the possibility that we could create machines that would be disruptive, that would produce disorder, that would react against patterns and preceding production and create the grounds for innovative practice, for truly creative practice. And he went even further by saying that writers are already writing machines on a good day. Most of the time, things don't work out quite so well. And I think Calvino, for me, really captured as early as 1967 what some of the challenges and opportunities of today are. So I want to close here by looking at some concrete examples of practice, whether they're the correct or just partial answer to the question of what could AI do for us today in the humanities. The first, I think, is that it invites us to develop new kinds of critical skills. And we've tried, at MetaLab, we've tried to support this by building some platforms. This is one of them. The AI Pedagogy Project is simply a platform for information sharing among teachers who are experimenting with AI-inflected teaching to show what works and what doesn't work. It's an area of experimentation, and best practices only emerge after communities are built around practices that are shared and tested out in the classroom. This platform includes a guide. It includes a lot of support materials, including, for example, a tutorial that allows non-expert teachers at all levels, from elementary school all the way up to the university level, to actually train themselves as knowledgeable critical practitioners. And then most importantly, it shares specific models of curricular practice, including reports as to how they work, or assignments that you could integrate into a class, like illustrate a hoax, show how deep fakes work, teach students how to use them critically. Second point, expanded modes of interpretive practice. As a literary historian, interpretation is at the core of what I do, but it's very different to engage with an artifact like a system like ChatGPT. This is a very celebrated work by a close collaborator of mine, Kim Albrechts, which ended up on the cover of Nature magazine. And what Kim did, which was, I think, really brilliant, is he wrote a script to basically iteratively and repetitively interact with ChatGPT. In this case, it was 3.5. There's a new version about to come out. To ask the system, to prompt the system to make large-scale observations about its assumptions about the nature of the world, about the nature of knowledge, the nature of power, geography, gender, all of those questions. And he just basically did this so iteratively that he gets ChatGPT to tell him all kinds of things that it is not designed to say as an answer to a normal interaction. And that eventually assumes the form of a data visualization that's interactive. So you can look at how ChatGPT views the world. It's breaking open the black box. You can actually see what fed it and what the emergent forms of knowledge are as a function of how it behaves. A second example, what do we do with large manuscript corpora? So much of our knowledge is in forms that are accessible only on site. In this case, Charles Peirce, the genius founder of semiology, the logician and mathematician, left an extremely messy corpus of manuscripts. Adi and I were talking about this earlier today. People dedicate decades of their lives to transcribing this work. With Transcribus, which was mentioned, I think, by Paul earlier, we're actually developing a tool that we can read Peirce's manuscripts and build a tool that sits on top of the archive, which is now being fully redigitized, to create a kind of reading structure, a reading platform that will allow non-expert readers, but also expert readers, to navigate this corpus in a way that's fundamentally different than traditional consultation of paper archives. And third, we just started a study on AI personalities. It might sound like a peculiar idea, but because so much of what AI platforms of LLM, generative AI platforms do is in the emergent realm. It's not programmed in the sense that a programmer has this idea, I want the interaction model to function this way. It, of course, involves learning. It's probabilistic. It's a complex matter. We are carrying out a study of AI personalities and their evolution across different tools and platforms. Another point, altered scales of argument and experience. And here, I'm just going to show a couple of examples of a project we did with the Harvard Art Museum up until a year and a half ago. This is one of the works that took all 250,000 art objects and created a navigation system that allowed you to see the correlations, the connections between this collection in a way that's impossible even for the people who work with these collections. So here you see a couple of clustered versions that show degrees of proximity based on different criteria. Here you're just seeing a kind of aggregate visualization, but it's just a model of the kinds of stories, the kinds of experiences we can construct that are different. Now I'm going to look at one that uses AI. This was one of the sequence of shows that went into curatorial agents. It was called A Flitting Atlas of the Human Gaze because we thought it was interesting to take facial recognition software and see if we could apply it or train it to interact with art objects belonging to different media, sculpture, prints, photographs, paintings, coins. We thought the interesting question is, the history of art is all about looking at looking. Could we extract or create a prototype for an experience of looking that would be different from the kind of experience that we associate with museums and with galleries? So as you can see, we had to train it. We used standard AI services. They were terrible. They got accuracy rates of about 30%. We had to train our own, build our own little machine learning platform, filter the AI service inputs from 4 or 5 different sources. And eventually we built an interface which had 2 viewing modes. One was an aggregate one, where you could navigate the sphere on the left, looking at where the gazes are distributed of 10,000 objects across media. And the second is, you could look at them in terms of photography, in terms of the medium in question, and look comparatively. In other words, how does it change if you're looking at a collection of prints or you're looking at a collection of photographs? It's a different kind of experience. And here you're going to just see, I'm just going to show it quickly. So this is navigating the aggregate version, where you're traveling around the gazes of this large number, thousands of objects across media, and then maybe you get bored by looking at the aggregate version, and you want to ask a question of, like, where are these objects distributed across media? Like, is there a bias in photography or in coinage that, as you would expect, there is? Of course, coins tend to be sideways profiles. Photographs tend to be frontal. What do those tell us about culture? There's stories there that are integral to a discipline like the discipline of art history. So I'm getting to the end of my time, and I just want to end with an example of teaching. This is a course that I taught last year, last spring, which was an experiment with bringing together the study of formal and structural approaches to narrative with the use, kind of applied use, of generative AI. And we chose folklore because, of course, folk tales are thought of as this kind of founding element of storytelling. In Vladimir Prop's morphology, the folk tale is one of the great moments in the movement towards a kind of formal structural analysis of the rudiments, the elements, the building blocks of narrative. These are the kinds of things, of course, that AI is very interested in and good at. It's putting these kinds of patterns into configuration. So our idea was, let's study those. Let's read corpora of folk tales. Let's read examples of theories of combinatory storytelling. And then let's build a folktale generator, which is fed by databases of folktales from different cultures across the world. And then let's build a series of fictional folktale collections, making different genre assumptions. But let's not just let the AI do that. These were actually fully produced books with all of the editorial process, all of the layout, all of the steps you would expect in a conventional publication. So that's just, it's one example. It's not the end of the story, but I think these kinds of forms of playful pedagogy that move across the content creation, content study divide between theory and practice have tremendous opportunities. So I think this brings me to a close just to say that it's up to us to decide how to leverage the power of AI-based tools, generative AI tools, in order to determine whether they lead us towards the most average of futures or the best of futures. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor Smith, for your inspiring presentations. First of all, it solved my puzzle, because when I first read the book, Digital Humanities, I was thinking about the myth of the underscore. So it's solved the puzzle of the creative illustrations of how digital and humanities are working together. But most importantly, I was very inspired by the presentations and how the potential and the possibility of crafting data into an actionable and beautiful knowledge through a critical and creative process, and of course, the role of AI in these two. And I guess most importantly, as Professor Snap mentioned, we should also celebrate and embrace failure in the process, because we should recognize that's the area of experimentation. Okay, thank you very much. So our next speaker is Professor Duncan Bumpley, Professor of Human-Computer Interactions from University College London. With a keen focus of how digital tools shape human behavior, Professor Bumpley tackles some of today's most pressing challenges, including the impact of smartphone use and the transformative world of generative AI. His research stands at the intersections of academia and real-world practice, translating theoretical insights into impactful practices. In his role as editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Human-Computer Studies, Professor Bumpley creates pioneer research that advances human-centered technology design. His expertise is frequently sought in media and public discussions, where he offers valuable insights into the social impact of technology. And today we are very honored to have him to share his insight on how generative AI is reshaping education. So please join me in welcoming Professor Duncan Bumpley to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great. Well, thank you so much for the invitation. It's really been a wonderful few days. Thank you so much. The conference has been really thought-provoking, and I've really enjoyed the previous speakers' presentations and also all the discussions that we've been having throughout the past couple of days. And I think there's been some nice themes already this morning picked up around creativity and also human tool use. And that's really, I think, the place where I want to kind of springboard off of. And this idea of transdisciplinarity as well. So for me, I'm coming from a field called human-computer interaction. I was trained as an experimental psychologist. So running experiments to understand how people perform tasks. But the thing, people are just people, right? We've been the same for a long time. We change in the context that we're in and in the environment. But what makes people kind of special is our use of tools. And I think I've been quite fortunate in my career to see two transformative tools. Almost 20 years ago, this thing was invented. And we can't live without it. If I took your phone away for even an hour, you'd be crying, right? We wouldn't be able to navigate the world. And the use of this tool is quite profound. We're using it both to entertain ourselves, but also to communicate with each other. And the use of the tool is also changing the way that we kind of interact with each other as well. So it goes both directions. We've already picked up on some of these themes earlier today. And that's really where I want to kind of springboard off in thinking about generative AI and particular large language models. And quite frankly, I think it is a transformative technology, and it's causing panic, a moral panic, I think, in our universities and other educational establishments. And so I think that's really the kind of three themes of the talk I want to give today. The first is to really take seriously the fears of AI-enabled cheating, particularly in the context of higher education and universities. I talk about this is because it's an area that I know most familiar. I think we could also have discussions about further down the educational system, but I think there's a particular focus here on university education. After taking those fears seriously, I want to then talk about what we can do to develop AI literacy skills. And then critically, and I think this is kind of resonating with what was just being spoken about, how we use these tools in a way that preserves our uniquely human voice. So obviously things have been moving quite quickly. So I focus here like the launch of ChatGPT in November 22. And I remember teaching that semester when it launched. And it did feel that suddenly we had to rethink everything in the moment. And I felt we were all caught a little bit off guard. And since then, we've seen a rapid progression in technology, and things are, and I think the systems in general are reacting quickly. Universities reacted quickly. They threw up control measures. I think we need to put this into a slightly bigger context, of course, because technologies just don't appear out of nowhere. This happened just on the back of the COVID-19 pandemic, and already universities were on the back foot from that. Previously, we were relying on large in-person exams, which they had to be suspended suddenly, pulling back to coursework, which I think were actually a very powerful and useful tool for assessment. But now we have this idea that, well, I can just press a button, and is that cheating? I seem to have lost the top of my slides here, so I'm just going to keep going. But I think if we take a step back, though, and this is kind of the point I was saying earlier, is that humans, what makes humans special is that we're smart, right? And we use our smartness to make tools to make our life more comfortable. And then we kind of need to think about what we then do to entertain ourselves. And we've been doing this for a long time. As I focused on, the phone is just the most recent example before our large language models to give us a tool that allows us to do things that we weren't normally able to do. But it also changes the way that we interact as well. If we look at writing, I'm just going to focus in on the academic job of writing text. The most primitive writing tool is if you were to go back into a Victorian classroom, you'd see students with a piece of slate and a chalk, and they'd be learning to write with their hand. And with that way of working, certain skills are highly valued. So being able to have accurate spelling, having fine motor control of your hand movements is important. And indeed, we were talking about this just last night over dinner, of enjoying a fine meal and the control of cutlery. And these are skills that are highly valued, right? But as the technology comes along and we make new tools, more advanced tools, things change. So here's an example of a simple word processor. We're all quite familiar with Microsoft Word. And I remember, I transitioned from my early days of schooling with pen and paper as you can see, I've got terrible spelling and terrible handwriting. I'm left-handed, so it kind of comes with the territory. And I was really quite delighted when the first personal computers came along, because they changed the way that we write, in the sense that they make a whole bunch of things that used to be important no longer important. So now that fine motor control of being able to control your pen is not as important, because you can just simply click the keys. Now, the ability to remember how to spell words is less important, because you can now rely on the computer to help you out. Obviously, you still need to preserve some skill to, determine whether the option it's giving you is the correct one, but it changes the nature of the way we work. And from there, you can start arguably focusing on higher level things like building your argument structure. And I think for some of us, maybe the way that we write then changes. I mean, I remember talking to colleagues who did their PhD before the personal computer was invented, and they wrote the whole thing out in one go. And to me, that just seemed so alien. It was a different way of working, because being a native to working with a word processor, you iteratively work back and forth on your document. You just don't do it in this single shot kind of approach. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So this idea that the tools we're making change the way that we're interacting with technology. And I've lost quite a lot. The main text that's not being presented here at the bottom, for some reason it's lost out in my slides, is to basically make a provocation. And the provocation says that generative AI, or large language models, they are nothing more than advanced word processors. And I think we need to keep them in their place. But the panic is real. And the panic is often around, it can be, I'm going to demo it in this simple way. So here's a ChatGPT interface, and we can give it a prompt. Here I say, for instance, can you draft for me a 1,500-word essay that critically discusses the role of AI in higher education? You press go, and it will produce for you instantaneously a unique output, a unique collection of words that will speak to and address that question. And you can read through it, and it reads nicely. And you feel that this it often sounds quite authoritative. So it's no wonder that educators are concerned about this, because it seems that it's just bypassing the learning process. You can simply ask your computer to make a collection of words for you that sound like they're going to address the brief that you set for the student. So I think this sits within this context of the language we use in UK universities is contract cheating. So this is where a student, or it's plagiarism, that you're not inserting your own ideas or your own learning, but instead simply asking another person, or in this case a machine, a computer, to produce words, ideas for you, and then you're going to present them as if they were your own. And so this is the idea that it's a concern, because how do we assess what students actually learn and know? Again, I'm losing quite a lot of text on my slides here. From this, many of my colleagues seem to have this kind of moral panic comes to a concern where the only logical conclusion is to stop the clock and to go back to the exam hall, to go back to those pre-COVID days, or even before that, where we get students in the exam hall doing unseen written exams under time pressure, and to work against the clock, writing with not quite chalk and slate, but with pen and pencil. And there is some benefits to this. You do know that it's the student that you're assessing that's doing that work, and that they are able to produce this unaided. But this just seems like a rather daft position to take. And we talked about the Luddites yesterday, and the Luddites were, I was quite inspired by thinking about Charles Dickens when thinking about this lecture. And Dickens wrote quite extensively during the era of the Industrial Revolution. And what was interesting about that period is it was a profound moment of social change. People moving into the cities for the first time. Many jobs and ways of working were disrupted. And I think it's from that fear of established generations fearing the loss of their job that then triggers this reaction to stop the clock and to revert back to a more familiar environment. And we're certainly seeing something that looks like this in the popular press at the moment. So last month, there was a study that was published and then picked up by quite a lot of the major news organizations, basically highlighting that a lot of students use generative AI in their work. And it was almost stated that this is like a major source for concern. And I just think it just sounds a bit silly. It's a bit like saying, you know, in 10 years' time, like 95% of students use Microsoft Word to produce work. Well, of course they do, right? So I don't think this is surprising. But I think what's driving this is a fear of change and a fear of adaptation to that change. So again, I'm losing a lot of text here, so I'm going to have to fill in. I'm not quite sure what's going on with my slides here. There must be something in the translation here. But this is a picture, obviously, of students celebrating at graduation. And I'm thinking here about what universities' core missions are. And there was text presented here on this slide, extracted from UCL's academic manual. And it was highlighting, I think, very succinctly, I think, the two goals of the university in the modern era. It's one level to give students credentials of unquestioned academic credibility. So a credential is a token of something that you've earned that says you have got this knowledge, wisdom, skills that you can then present to a future employer and take that as evidence that you can progress to open up opportunities to work. So that's the one side, which is to kind of do this credentialing system. But then the other side is also to prepare students for the future as well, the future world of work in which they'll be working in. And it's in this context that going back to in-person exams just seems a bit daft, because that's not the world in which people are going to be working. So there's a nice article in The Economist a couple months ago, and reviewing quite a lot of recent evidence from a variety of studies, mainly focusing on workplace studies. And they were showing that it's those that are doing the most high-value work that benefit the most from adopting and using generative AI to support their work. So this idea of human enhancement, not replacement. And I think that the Luddites are right. Replacement is coming. I think what's going to be happening there, and it's already pointed to in this article here, is when new technology comes along, in the same way that the Victorian Luddites were afraid of some of their manual labours being replaced, I think we will see some forms of knowledge work being replaced, the stuff that can be automated, and those jobs will go and be replaced by technology. And that's fine. People just need to reskill and move up to the next slot in work. And that will be unsettling, but that is the way things will be. But critically, those in top-performing jobs, it is a kind of relationship with these AI tools that enable them to move forward. So I think going back to the university's role, I think it's critical that we focus on teaching students how to use generative AI, because they will absolutely require it for their future. So again, I'm losing a lot of text, but I'll kind of fill in the details here. So what I'm showing here is a normal distribution curve. So what we've known, psychologists like distributions and getting people to do tasks. So if you get a person to do a task, we could have a simple race outside. Let's see if we can run 50 meters as fast as we can. And if we all stood up and went outside and did that, there would be one or two of you, I'm not quite sure where you are, that would be the fastest people in the room. I'm not sure who that's going to be, somewhere back there, I'd imagine. And then there'll be a few that will be the slowest people in the room. But most of us will be somewhere in the middle. So you take any kind of human activity, and we tend to fall into this normal distribution where there's some very fast people and some, and of course we celebrate these people. So if you're into the Olympics or any kind of professional sports, we really do celebrate the super high achievers, right? And to some extent as well, academia is about that as well. Academia is about celebrating the high performance achieving. But most people are somewhere in the middle. But what I see as the concern amongst some of my colleagues is it's the weak underperformers that are going to use generative AI to, quote, cheat, and to just to get that credential, to get that degree without having done any learning or any work. And I just don't think that's a legitimate concern at all. So to give you an example, so this last semester, well, the last couple of years, I've been really taking seriously generative AI in the classroom and thinking about how we need to adapt our both teaching and assessment in response to that. And so we do a lot of activities. I'm a kind of professor that doesn't do assessment at the end, but we start talking about it at week one. And I'm a big fan of exposing students to previous examples of student work, because I think that's a good idea for them to learn about standards and what, this question about what does good work look like, where you learn from it being exposed to a variety of work. So it's within this context, I had the activity where the students had to write an essay, and I got them to mark a collection of previous essays written by previous students. And of course, some were outstanding, some were not outstanding, and some were somewhere in the middle. And of course, I cheated a little bit by inserting a few synthetic ChatGPT generated essays. And critically, one of those essays was the best that ChatGPT could do. It had been fed a variety of student work, it had been fed all the information that I had about the course, all the sources, and it was asked from this, write the best essay you can. Students marked it, and they thought it wasn't very good. And the students were actually quite good markers. They know what good work is. So, they're able to easily identify high quality work and low quality work. And they really didn't think this ChatGPT essay was actually, it was just as good as average. In fact, it was below the average of our student mark. It was somewhere in the middle of the distribution. And so let me dig into this essay that I got ChatGPT to write at the beginning for you. So this was the essay where I said, write me a 1,500-word essay around generative AI use in higher education. And the thing is, people look at this and they think it looks impressive, but you have to read it and dig into what it actually says. And that's what I'm saying. I'm from the field of human-computer interaction. I care deeply about how people interact with technology. And so you've got to look at it. And so the key, again, sorry, that I highlighted the text that I've summarized over here, but it's been lost. So the key line here is at the end of this paragraph, it says, research suggests that adaptive learning enhances student engagement and retention by catering to individual learning styles and paces. And then it cites Chen et al. 2021. That sentence sounds okay, but I'm a UCL professor. This just doesn't cut it. It may be a suitable summary of this reference, if this reference exists at all, and that's a separate issue about thinking about hallucinations. But even if this reference was correct and this was a suitable summary, it's a one-sentence summary of an academic paper. I don't know about you, but when I mark student work, I get really ticked off with those like one sentences and then a load of references. Tell me more, right? In order to get a good degree at UCL, an institution like that, you need to provide more depth. What was the research question? What did they do? What did they find? Why did it matter? And none of that is here. It's superficial. It's vanilla. It's barely passing. Yes, it sounds authoritative, but it's just not going to do very well in our assessment case. And here's the rub. This is the point. The reason why I can say that is because I know this. The problem is that a weak student, a student who, for instance, let's imagine this fictitious student who has somehow got themselves into a top-tier university but then never bothers to turn up to a single class and relies on generative AI to produce their work on their behalf. They wouldn't have the skills or the insight or the wisdom to spot that this is no good, because it sounds good, but it's not. And so it's this idea, we know about this from psychology, it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. So you don't know what you don't know. And it's a real key insight, the Dunning-Kruger effect. So the Dunning-Kruger effect, you get students or any people to do a test, and you have a distribution, people that did very well on the test and people that did very poorly on the test. The Dunning-Kruger effect is that those that performed worse on the test think they did quite well. And this has been demonstrated over and over again. And the reason for this is because when you ask somebody at the end of the test, how well did you think you do? How well did you think you did? The knowledge that they use to answer that question is the same knowledge they used to answer the questions in the test. They don't know that they didn't do well. And so this is quite a profound insight. We're often incredibly blinkered by our own experience. And it's very hard for us to step outside ourselves and see the limits of our own shortcomings. And I think this only gets worse when it comes to generative AI. So I like this image. This is a person walking through a mirror maze. Do you have the carnival ride of the mirror maze, where you walk into a room and there's many mirrors all around, and you get lost, and you have to try and touch the walls to find your way out. And this is almost like this is how knowledge creation is. We don't know what we're trying to achieve sometimes, and we're kind of trapped in our own thought processes. And it's this idea that simply adding an AI model, yes, trained by other forms of human wisdom and knowledge, but somehow it doesn't help us out, because you need to first ask. These models, these large language models, will give you good answers, but you need to be able to form your questions well in order to get a good answer. And then you also need to have an appropriate knowledge base to interpret the quality of the answer that's being given to you. And of course, all of this is great. These large language models can give you great answers, but by definition, they also give you terrible answers as well. So this idea of hallucination, we talked about hallucinated references. It's always kind of presented as this problem that's just going to get fixed at the next improvement. It's not going to be. It's fundamental to the architecture of these large language models and how they work. They're generative. By the very definition of their generative nature, they will make mistakes in the same way that we make mistakes. And determining truth is something that we do collectively as a society. We define, and obviously science helps us out here through empirical measurement, but we do find our way through. And these systems are not these great oracles of wisdom. So that's in a way dispelling the fears of AI-enabled cheating. That's the first step. I think what I wanted to do, though, was to take seriously this idea of imagining this fictitious student who just relied on generative AI and simply used that to try and pass their exams, or not pass their exams, produce all their work for them. I'm going to say it's just not going to be very good. I know sometimes in the media this is presented that we're going to get these models that can pass these tests, but I just don't think it's that credible yet as a threat because of these kind of dynamics and the way that they play out. And I think they're quite fundamental to the way the technology works. Instead, let's focus more on developing AI literacy skills. So I think we are entering this age, and some of the things that have been talked about already this morning about the torrent of more and more text being produced. We are going to enter a new phase here. This is a transformative technology, and hallucinated content or fake references or just general, deep fakes is going to be a major source of concern. I've been really pleased to hear about colleagues who are trying out new forms of learning and assessment. A particular one that I like the sound of is where students are taught material in class, and then they are given as an assessment activity basically an AI-generated piece of content which contains both true and fabricated information, and their job is to pull it apart. So to kind of develop these critical engagement skills. And I think that's absolutely going to be essential to retain that critical thinking of trusting our instincts and to see past, Daniel Kahneman taught us about these kind of human biases and heuristics. We are easily led by stuff that looks appealing. And I think we need to see past that. And so developing those skills in students is going to be very important. Going back to these kind of Daniel Kahneman's kind of idea of heuristics and biases is there's a paradox here about the speed trap as well. So HCI as a field, usability has largely been successful. We've made interactions with computers very easy, and that's often been used to exploit when you're thinking about, say, e-commerce and shopping. It's too easy to buy stuff from some online retailers, and that's the whole point. They've made it very quick and easy. And the worry is that these large language models will make text production easier and faster. So I think we don't need to just worry about students, but also professors as well that are also using these tools. So here was one that made got a lot of attention on social media last year. And it's an academic paper that was submitted, appeared in a journal. And in the discussion was a fragment of text indicating that, large language model had been used. You've got the, I'm very sorry I don't have access to. And I thought this was kind of interesting because a lot of the discussion there on social media was very it was kind of AI shaming. You know, how dare these authors use this? How dare the editors not spot it? How dare the reviewers not spot it? Why did the publishers not spot it? And it's this kind of idea of like, somehow this has kind of been some moral failing, that this has been used as a tool. And again, I just think it just sounds a bit silly. It's a bit like saying, again, in 10 years' time, oh no, the authors use Microsoft Word to write their research paper. It's just provided this fragment of evidence that this was used to move some words around. So I honestly don't think this is much of a concern. But I think we are seeing, I quite like this phrase, AI shaming. People do seem to be upset by this. And I think it makes sense because it's almost a Luddite reaction. It's because people who have spent a long time in their careers practicing how to write are suddenly feeling that skill being less and less important. And so as a result, they feel quite offended by this. So we had a paper last year at the Chi conference called Chat Too Long Didn't Read It. You really ought to check what the LLM said on your behalf. And we had quite a lot of fun with this paper because it was playing on this idea of the interaction pattern of where you get ChatGPT or whatever large language model to write something and then you copy and paste it. How can you think about that interaction pattern so that you can encourage checking? Because checking isn't mandatory, right? There's a reason why this mistake happened. It's because the authors didn't check or the editor didn't check. So how do we think about kind of encouraging that checking process? And there is a real risk, I suppose, that as we get things to become faster and faster and more automated, I mean, again, this is an old idea, the ironies of automation, that we risk de-skilling ourselves, that we need to preserve and retain these skills of being able to produce text ourselves. I mean, I remember writing a paper just a couple months ago and ChatGPT went down and it was quite good to go back into manual writing mode again and not just rely on the technology to write on my behalf. So I think what I would argue for is for students to take personal accountability for developing their skills in writing. I think it is very valuable. I'm going to speed up a little bit now. So music. Music is a great thing in life. And I focus here just on the Beatles because I think it's a fairly safe bet to say most people have heard of the Beatles. And the Beatles are quite famous because somehow they're able to do this quite transformative thing over a few years. They started out as one thing, and then just in a couple of years, they were able to go to quite new places. And a lot of people said, how did they do that, right? And I've really lost a lot of the images here. So here they are. So the thing with the Beatles is you need to look back, not just at what they did in the mid-60s, but what they did the decade before that, the time in Hamburg, when they were practicing and playing night after night after night, for hour after hour after hour, developing their craft skills. And so Malcolm Gladwell, there's a quote from the book which is missing here again, being lost from the slides. So Malcolm Gladwell talks about the 1,500-hour rule, and that's the idea that you need to just practice and practice and you're developing those skills, and it's a power law of practice. And from psychology, we've known about this for a long time. We have the power law of practice. So we have a simple graph here. On the x-axis is the number of times you're practicing an activity. On the y-axis, it's how fast you are at completing that task. The simple fact is that you get faster and faster at doing an activity the more you practice it, whether that's doing translational work, typing on a keyboard, typing on a new form of keyboard. It's well documented that the more you practice an activity, the faster you get at it. So it's a nice little paper here from quite a long time ago in Psych Science, Stellan Olsen, and it's looking at the writing of Isaac Asimov, so the author of the Foundation series, who wrote a lot of books. And there's evidence of a power law of practice. So again, you have a graph here. You have time in months along the x-axis, so 500 months into the person's career. And on the y-axis, you have number of papers or books produced, going from 0 to 500. And what you see here again is a power law of practice. The first 100 books took half of his career, right? And then there's this kind of rapidly speeding up process. And I think many in academia will see this as quite a familiar pattern. I'm sure many of the senior professors in the room remember their first paper or their first 2 or 3 papers. It took a long time, right? It took a long time. And then gradually you get faster and then a bit faster. And then before you know it, and you early on in your career, you look at these kind of professors who are way above you and you think, how did they get there so quickly? And of course, the reality is it didn't happen quickly. They had to work it took a long time of practice. Right, So I think that's the key thing. So the last thing I want to say in the last 5 minutes is about preserving our human voice. And what I want to do is to contrast this approach where you simply ask ChatGPT to write an essay on your behalf with an approach where you drive. So it's the opposite of the paradox of automation. So how do we retain our voice? I've been really influenced by this work by Advet Sekar at Microsoft Research. So Advet has been doing a lot of work thinking around creativity and referencing art in particular. I mean, art is probably one of the most creative human activities, and for 100 years they've been doing, you know, we've had Duchamp with ready-mades, you know, so the idea of just simply removing that, the mechanics of producing stuff, it's no longer art being about fine print, but it's more about the ideas. And so I think what we want to do is to focus on the human element, which is storytelling, skill, and knowledge, the things that we possess, and to retain those at every turn, to think about what we're trying to say. So I've been having again, the text has been lost for some reason. So I've been developing a pipeline, which is revolving around 3 steps. The first step is to capture your ideas. And I've been using voice-to-speech dictation quite nicely, because I think it is quite a natural way to communicate. We communicate very well. You know, I'm speaking to you right now. It's a way of getting our ideas and brainstorming. So you can use, on your phone, simply speak to it, and it will dictate text. But the trouble with speech, of course, is it's long, it's a little, you know, it's rambling, it's verbose, and we often missay things as well. So that needs to be corrected. And then the next step is to take that raw transcript and put it into ChatGPT or a large language model to then fix those issues. The third step is to then put it out to the world and get feedback, peer review, right? Dissemination. Okay, so there was, it's good because I'm running out of time, but there's a lot of text missing again. So what I've been focusing on here was a particular piece of writing that I did, was thinking about how people look at themselves on Zoom. And the first bit of text that was transcribed focused on this idea that I said, thinking just very much like off the top of my head, you know, we've done some research in this area, and 90% of the time people will look at themselves if their own image is there. And then this was fed into ChatGPT, and it made it into a very authoritative statement that research confirms it. People spend 95% of their time looking at themselves online. But of course, as an author, that wasn't what I wanted to say. I was simply, you know, capturing a raw idea. And I think what we're seeing here is the importance of, it's almost a stopping rule of how you engage in this iterative refinement of work and preserving your human voice and actually taking back and saying what you mean to say. The final version removed this statement about 90% and led with a much more conservative statement that was based upon the research that we had actually done with an appropriate citation and reference. So again, because we had done this work, we inserted and then corrected. At every turn, the large language model wanted to make the statement more bombastic, bigger than what it was. And as a human author, I had responsibility to take accountability for the words that were being, the thoughts that were being presented, even though they were not my words. So to close out again, I do think that this is just another example of a writing tool, right? So large language models are just the next step along the line. They are changing the way that we are writing. I personally think it's in some ways quite a good thing. I think we need to think very critically about how we use these tools, how we preserve our voice. But I do think they make, by automating some of the more, you know, phrasings of words and instead focusing potentially on the big ideas that you're trying to communicate, I think what we need to do in the next era is to really think how we retain that authorship of ideas that we're preserving in our writing. And again, just to close out in the last minute or two, if we're still concerned about this cheating scenario, there's a simple solution, and that's the Viva. We've been doing this for a long time. So the assessment of student work via the assessment of written work is actually a relatively modern invention. The much longer tradition is to have oral exams. So if you go to, you know, back to the history of places like Oxford and Cambridge, it was in the tutorial, it was the spoken exam. And so we had a piece a couple of weeks ago at the beginning of March in the Times Higher Education arguing for a return for Vivas, or oral exams, but not wholesale. We imagine a world, because of course we have lots of students, so we're imagining a system in which that could be scalable and could work. And I imagine a world, well, this is a potential idea, where you have students produce an essay, and of course some of them will have used ChatGPT and we can allow that, but let's say you've got concerns about what they really know themselves. The day after they submit, you sample at random 10% of the students to come in for an oral exam. And the mere fact of not knowing whether you may be the one that's sampled is usually a sufficient deterrent to ensure that students continue to engage with the work. And then you'll be able to have a longer discussion about what they know and about why they did what they did and what they wrote, going beyond the written document. And I think that's important because, as I said, going back to what we're trying to do in universities, we are trying to prepare students for their future. And to be able to defend your work and to explain yourself in live conversation is a critical skill. These large language models, we're not yet at the point where I'm kind of wearing an earpiece telling me what to say in the moment. I'm still having to stand up here and adapt to things like missing text on my slides and keep things moving, right? And I think these are the skills that we need to preserve and retain. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bumpley, for a very enlightening presentation, and I really apologize for the missing texts. Professor Bumpley offers a very spot-on illustrations of the AI-driven educational landscape at present. And he also highlights, the challenges educators or probably students are also facing is that the students are bypassing the learning process and sometimes missing the depth of studies as well. So he reminds us the importance of AI literacy skills, as well as preserving the human voice. And you know what, I think as coffee break is coming up, I think the coffee break is the best moment to slow down in this AI-driven world, put your phone in the pocket, enjoy a coffee, and also these human-to-human interactions. All right, thank you very much. We'll see you again after the coffee break.
Sorry, there's a warm reminder that if you would like
Welcome to the plenary, and I'll pass the stage back to Dr. Glossholt. Dr. Gloss, please.
All right, welcome back. Can I first have a show of hand if you have enjoyed your human-to-human interaction during the coffee break? That's perfect. That's great. All right, so our next speaker is Professor William Zhang, who is currently serves as Associate Vice President for Transdisciplinary Education at Hong Kong Baptist University. And Professor Zhang is also a professor in the Department of Computer Science and the Director of the Center of Health Informatics. He has previously led the Department of Computer Science as a head from 2017 to 2021, and his academic journeys includes valuable experience as visiting professors at McGill Universities and University of Strathfield, as well as a visiting scholar at the Information Science Institute, University of Southern California. Professor Zhang's research passions are all at the cutting edge of technology, encompassing AI, data mining, social network analysis, and healthcare informatics. So in addition, Professor Zhang contributes to the academic community as a track editor for Web Internet Intelligence and associate editor for the Journal of Health Information Research and Networking Modeling Analysis in Health Informatics and Bioinformatics. And today, he will share with us an insight on how do we dance with the digital futures while the transdisciplinarity. So please join me in welcoming Professor Zhang to the stage. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for the kind introductions. So it's really my great pleasure to be able to join this very meaningful symposium. I enjoy the talks very much, it's very inspiring. Even though I come from the computer science department, I develop machine learning algorithms, okay? I try to apply it to healthcare. But in these days, I have to admit that humanities actually is a very, very important perspective or aspect, because it has been penetrated into different sectors of the society. And also because of my title, right? So I have been helping development of different transdisciplinary undergraduate programs, so that's why I have to put this keywords in my title. And why I put the word dance, I asked a little bit ChatGPT, and it suggests another word, but I insist using this word. I'll explain that afterwards. And so what I'm going to do for this around 30 minutes, okay, I try to explain a little bit what I'm doing for the AI research, okay, so that you know my background. And also I will mention a bit for the past 2-3 years, so how the journey of developing transdisciplinary undergraduate programs, okay. I don't have AI in my title, probably you know why afterwards, okay. And by the way, I like the theme very much, human mind in the futures of educations, which is general enough so that I can fit anything in, okay? 3 weeks ago, I attended a wedding, okay? So after the ceremony, the bridegrooms, okay, want to say something, want to thank the parents. He's highly educated professional, but he's not a good speaker. And then he said, okay, I asked a bit of activity, what he should say. And after some time, he decided to drop it and start to prepare something. I think that echoes a bit what Duncan mentioned. He is smart enough to try a little bit and then stop. And he knows that he has to think slowly. And it turns out that his speech was not perfect. Perfect in the sense that it's not very fluent. There are many pauses. Why? Because he has to hold his tears when he starts to talk about his parents, okay? And also he has to keep his voice, because his voice, shivering because of what he wants to say to the parents. So sometimes we have to think really fast, but sometimes we have to slow down. I agree very much what Duncan mentioned. So that's about my background. I'm sorry to say that AI researchers keep making things very, very fast, okay? So left-hand side is what I have been doing for the past few years. AI algorithm, basically. And then right-hand side, so since I want to apply that to healthcare, to the clinical settings, okay, I need to understand a bit this problem, phenotyping, mortality predictions. I have to say, my understanding to all these problems are very superficial at the very beginning. To get deeper, I have to talk to the clinicians and then go back to revise my algorithms. So with this cycle, disrupt the process in healthcare and then go back to inspire something new in the AI. I believe that this experience, okay, probably because of this, so university picked me to help this transdisciplinary program developments. Okay, so I do have some personal sharing afterwards. By no means easy, but very rewarding, I would say. I want to show you something that we have done. Okay, and the main message is that generative AI actually can be quite powerful. Only 2 slides. Okay, don't be scared. Okay, so electronic health records, lots of vital sign, clinical notes. Okay, we have lots of data. Okay, so of course we can use it to do predictions. X-ray image, clinical notes, do some predictions, right? But sometimes we may not be able to have data and then X-ray all the time. You cannot keep taking my X-ray images. Am I right? So suppose this is my X-ray at the very beginning. Okay, and then this is X-ray taken up after 34 hours. This is a real one. What if I don't have for some reasons, I don't have the chance to take this X-ray image? Okay, can generative AI, based on my health conditions and my very first X-ray image, to generate what they think about my X-ray? It turns out that it is possible. You may say it's not perfect, but it's possible. That was published this year. And with the use of that probably can inspire the clinicians about what could happen for my lung. Okay, so this is some reasons work. And one more slide. Okay, so my belief is that data is really important. It's the material. We also have knowledge, medical knowledge. And I think in humanities there are so many knowledge, so many ontologies, so many metadata. They are very, very useful. We don't have to relearn this from data. At the same time, large language model from computer scientists, we cannot skip this. Okay, this period of time. There are also a lot of knowledge that we can get from that. Okay, of course there are hallucinations. We're well aware of that. Okay, but there are still a lot of knowledge that probably the existing ontologies may not be able to provide. So the research that I've been working on is how to make use of data, knowledge, and this LLM together. There are lots of research issues that I think computer scientists is working on. So that's roughly what we are struggling, okay, for the past few years for the research. And the context is healthcare. I believe the context in humanities, social science, and there are many contexts. And I believe that these 3 sources of information and knowledge is going to be very important and how to integrate them. To pretend that I have something to do with humanities, so that's why I prepared this slide. Okay. Left-hand side, believe it or not, okay, before I get my PhD, I spent 1 whole year in an electronic publishing company. Sukun Chuansu is one of the largest collections of ancient Chinese book. Actually, we are at that time competing with the commercial competing with publishing, okay, to get the very first electronic editions out. At that time, I spent a lot of time Beijing, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Beijing, Shanghai, Hong Kong, to make this out as fast as possible. Okay, I think Jeffrey mentioned about OCR. I did OCR together with Tsinghua University. Okay, this is super difficult. Commonly used a Chinese character around 2000, I think. Kanchi dictionary probably have 30,000 Chinese character. But how many Chinese characters involved in Sukun Chuansu? Nobody knows. Because it's the largest collections of the ancient Chinese book. Who can do the counting? Okay, so the mission at that time is to OCR, change it to text, full text search. And it turns out that nobody knows how many Chinese characters are there. It turns out that they hire 200 language specialists, master students, okay, to check all this, okay? I will make a story very long, but that's the first time that I encountered digital heritage. And after 27 years, okay, generative AI is very popular. Sam is not here. Actually, so this is a picture from one of the professors of our university. What he's doing, for the one on the left-hand side is 2D scanning. Okay, what he's doing right now is 3D scanning a Chinese artifact, do the 3D scanning and try to understand history and details behind. Okay. And so I believe that there are different digital transformations going on in different sectors. Now, human mind. Okay, so what is going to be the human mind of our students? Okay, these are all generated by generative AI. Okay, no copyright issue. This is the tools that actually we provide to our students. All our students, okay, can have these assets. Okay, so they're using them. Plagiarism is some issue that we have to manage it very well. Okay, I believe that at least there are two things that will shape this one. Number one, of course, is how the student are going to use those AI tools. Another aspect, as a computer scientist, it also depends on how AI is going to be developed. I just come back from a conference last week, and actually it's a conference at NVIDIA's GTC conference, talking about the latest developments. I'm sorry for these complicated pictures, but there are lots of message here. Left-hand side is a very famous book, okay, Thinking Fast and Slow. I think Duncan mentioned about don't think too fast sometime by Daniel Kahneman. There are some news recently about him. But anyway, his book is really influential. System 1, right? Intuitions. My wife asked me, should I go to the restaurant? I say, yes, why not, right? How about this one? Even better. I don't have to think. If my wife asks me, should we buy a new flat? I would say, I have to slow down. I have to think a little bit more. So system 2, right? ChatGPT, so that's for the normal human being, right? So psychologist. Right-hand side is actually pictures about the latest developments of large language model. A small little box is actually one large language model. How many of them? Totally. A lot, right? So I think ChatGPT is somewhere over there, okay? And can you see these directions, moving towards these directions? So from 2018 all the way to 2025, reasoning, okay? Yes, ChatGPT or related models are making a lot of mistakes, hallucinations, and computer scientists want to improve it, okay? So a lot of computer scientists are actually trying to address this. Okay. I'm not saying that we can solve all the problems, but I do believe that for the coming 2 years there will be a lot to work, because computer scientists also needs to publish, right? There will be a lot to work from industry and also from academia to address this problem. Okay, because this is very important. If we cannot understand how it reasons, how can we know it's just wealthy? Okay, I believe that is going to be directions, a lot of works afterwards. So when we make comments about AI is changing every single day in embedded terms. Okay, so this is something that even I, as a computer scientist, find it very, very difficult, okay, to follow the trend. Be frank. Okay, so that's why when colleagues ask me, "Can AI do this?" It's very hard for me to say. At this moment, not, but tomorrow, hard to say. And because of the importance, we still develop it's going to be with university-wide courses for the next academic years for the whole universities, teaching students AI literacy. So we are piloting this course. On one hand, show them some AI tools, innovation, get them excited, what can be done. AI ethics is also important, right, as mentioned. So how to teach AI ethics? Computer scientists cannot teach it. That's why we decided a course, computer science colleagues together with colleagues from different faculties, social science, business, communications. It turns out that we put the students, other than learning the tools, put them into debate. So we believe that, okay, other than just telling them this is important, that is important, okay, why don't we ask them to debate about it? There's no right or wrong answer sometimes, but at least go through the process. We hope that kind of internalize into their mindset. They have to be more critical, about different issues. Say, I'm sorry, okay, anyway, so there's no such things as AI creativities. I'm not going to argue about this, okay? We ask the student to argue about this so that they know the point of views of considerations, okay? So that's something that we are working on. And then I'm going to transit, okay, a little bit. So we consider this to be an AI development is a very complex issue. It's complex problems, involve too many aspects, okay? It's too important, just leave it to computer scientists. That many, many issues that I think we all learn from all the talks, okay, for these 2 days. And so just, I think some of this has been mentioned. I just quickly go through some, okay. For educations, I believe that lessons scaffolding using LLM is important. I just imagine that there should be a large language model. It never tells you the answer. Whenever you ask, it never tells you the answer, but it provides you some hints so as to explore that answers, okay? I don't know whether there will be someone will develop this kind of things, but I think just like when you ask someone, right, can you help me to do this assignment, okay? So I can show you how to do it, but I will not tell you the answer, okay? But then LLM normally, okay, ask for answer, it give you the answers. So I believe that can be done. But anyway, that's some research issue. Jailbreak prompt, some of you probably know that. Okay, so there are some prompt. If you put it into the large language model, if you come up with, say, possibly hate speech, illegal activity that you don't want it to give the answers, right? So you can stop it, but then there's some way of asking the question again, okay, so that you can get the same answer, okay? So how to, again, it will be there, even though they fix a little bit, and afterwards you can still find another way to get the answer. So that's the difficult parts. Copyright has been mentioned in some other talks, and I put question answers. Question answering could be complex. Just to make a joke, okay? So if a question asked by my wife 3 times, my answer will be different. Am I right? So question answering is just not answering the question. Sometimes it's about communications, right? So this is something that I think maybe in the future the large language model can be, further enhanced to capture this. But I wonder, okay? Anyway, just move a little bit. So this is not about AI. So what I want to picture is that the world is complex. Okay, so this is about the plane crash, right? And then someone says it's probably because of the bird strike. And why bird strike? Then why there's so many birds? There could be bird migration. And the bird migration patterns could be affected by climate change. Okay, so it's complex. Complex in the sense that there are many factors, many aspects they're integrated. Okay, so that leads to the point of transdisciplinarities. So that's why we think that transdisciplinary applications is important, and that's why our university put a lot of focus on this. By no means easy. Many issues. I will highlight some, okay? But we would like to commit to that. Crossing discipline, crossing culture, I think mentioned by some of the talks, crossing sectors, so not just among professors. We also try to get involved stakeholders, community stakeholders, okay? Again, by no means easy, but we have to come. If we want to do it, we have to commit, because that's the story behind. And by the way, why we need the world is complex, right? Why we want to put different disciplines together? We have to motivate the students. Okay, we try this in our curriculum. We try this by this Sustainable Development Goal. Okay, these are the global challenges. Okay, and Dr. Colosso actually is teaching that course. Our moderators. That's the course that he designed. How many of you are from BNBU? Students? Okay. This is your campus, right? So actually, for this course, we focus on for this particular cohort, we start with sustainable clothing. So that's how to make clothing sustainable is the problem, okay? And then Dr. Ho actually give them over pictures, ask the student to talk to different professors, and then ask them, okay, afterwards, okay, they learn different perspective, put together, synthesize something, and then present it. And not only this, I think we also bring our students to BNBU, okay, to interact with some students over there. So that there are different, same problem, right? Sustainable clothing in Hong Kong, sustainable clothing in Zhuhai, can also say in, different parts of the world, okay? So how people try to address these global challenges, okay, under different cultures. I think it's very, very meaningful. But because of that, so we make Dr. Ho actually very, very busy. Okay, you see, she's like. But that is very meaningful for our students and for our education. So this is number one, how find some way to help the student to see why it's good to transcend, why it's important. Advertisement time, okay, so we have these 5 transdisciplinary programs. The one on the left is we cross arts, technology, global entertainment, we cross health, and humanities, okay? So this is a new one. We're going to launch it this September, okay? So I find lots of content in this symposium very, very useful for this program, which means that we can use it as a kind of teaching material to inspire them to discuss in lectures. Okay. So commonly asked questions, I talk about challenge by all my colleagues. Are you going to produce journalists? Okay. Understandable. Good questions. I like critical questions. That put me in deeper thoughts. Okay. If I say left-hand side, gender AI is kind of a very AI, experts, right? And this end side, right-hand side, okay, heritage experts. So I would say actually it's a spectrum. You cannot say this is specialist and this is generalist, okay? It's a spectrum. But I still believe that each student, at least for undergraduate, they should have one primary, okay? So this students, okay, this female student, okay, probably train a bit more on AI, okay, but then know and are very enthusiastic about heritage, have some connections, okay, for one speaker, and also for this young gentleman, okay, and we should provide flexibility for them to come up with their own profile. That's our philosophy behind. So hopefully those colleagues are happy with my answer, okay. So we can still continue dialogues on this. Challenges. So this is undergraduate programs. Okay, another challenge, questions asked by colleagues. They don't have enough disciplinary knowledge. How can they transcend? How can they connect? Very, very true. Okay, so we cannot do it too early. Or when we do it early, we only want them to appreciate the importance. Okay, and we also cannot do it too late. If I've spent 4 years coding, I'm very competent. And if you ask me, now I'm actually stepping out into this comfort zone, my comfort zone, okay? Because I don't know too much about humanities, to be frank, okay? But then without this, we cannot make something new. Am I right? So if you do it too late, then probably the student don't want to move out, okay? So what's the best timing? Okay, so we do, when we design a curriculum, we try to put some what we call the signature courses in the middle, okay? So as to keep giving environments an opportunity for the students to work on some projects, okay, transcend a bit of disciplines, and then pick up something new, okay, and in a progressive manner. So that's what we are trying. By no means easy, okay? So whatever comments, suggestions will be welcome, okay? So curriculum is what colleagues at the university care about. I think students care more about the learning experience. Okay, so for the past 2-3 years, I have the opportunity to mentor some students taking the transdisciplinary program, projects. I mentioned the words again, dance. So in order to dance, they should enjoy, right? Otherwise, it's dance, right? If you don't enjoy, then how can you dance? If you make them dance, which means that you have to understand, okay, they have to get to that mood to dance. Am I right? If they have a lot of anxiety, it's hard to ask them to dance. I think I forgot to mention by which speaker. The student is still the students, physical being, still physical being, right? We cannot just put everything into that student and want to become a Superman or Superwoman, right? So I don't think it's just the students. Even the professor also have to learn that. We also feel the anxiety, since connecting two disciplines itself is by no means easy. Okay, it's very good to just stay here. I never leave this space. Very, very safe. But you ask me to say no, so I need to do something else. Okay, to some extent, students will sometimes find it a bit tight. Okay, so we have to, in particular, I want to mention this. So conflicting experience of diverging and converging. Okay, so if you want to converge, specialize, large language model, specialize is one experience. That is important. Okay, but suddenly I ask students, okay, you have to diverge. Okay, don't just focus on this particular ideas. Okay, why not learn something and try to see whether there's something new? It's a new experience for them. Okay, so they have to learn something so as to move there. Okay, so I believe that, I don't know, there's quite some students here. Okay, so if you are specialized in something, if I ask you to try something else, okay, and you may find it a bit demanding in some sense. Okay, so how to help the students to manage the anxiety becomes something that I think is important, okay, for us. And for solving complex problem, right? In computer science, we have the software engineering steps. Okay, for solving complex problem, there's no particular steps, I would say. Okay, there could be some, I'm not too sure, but that is hard sometimes. Okay. So sometimes students will say, I find it very confusing, William. Okay, so that's some new anxiety they could have. Risk of failures, I think I forgot. Okay, maybe Jeffrey mentioned that. Okay, failures. Okay, some risks. That's why. Okay, they make their choice based on pick the courses. Okay. However, all these things they will encounter when they move to the workplace. Right? So I think all the employer want the employee to be able to think of the box. Okay, not just follow the steps. Okay, all the employers want that. All the employer want the employee to be able to solve complex problem. Don't ask me how to solve it. You'll find a way to solve it. We have to manage risk anyway. Okay, so actually this is something that is expecting in the real world. Okay, and so far I think the existing education system, there's a gap. The gap has been there for how many years? I don't know. Okay, so we're trying to see whether this gap can be narrowed a bit. So that's what we're doing, and that's what we think is important. Okay, and there are still some rewarding moments. Okay, this is a quote from a student. Okay, taking Dr. Ho's course. Okay, I used to hate teamwork. I don't know about students. Okay. There are many issues, right? Group, there are many issues. But this course, okay, the global challenges, okay, so make me realize that sometimes disagreement can lead to better solutions and quicker success. Okay, but at the very beginning, I think the students in their mind very confusing. What are you talking about? What is the model answers, right? Not until they go through an experience, okay, and they start to appreciate why disagreement, okay, can help. Okay, so I think some people phrase it this way: we have to unlearn the students before they can learn something we think is very, very important. But how to unlearn that part is also something that we have to think a bit more. I think also mentioned by Jenny. Okay, experiential learning, do it properly. Okay, not to overload the students could be one possibilities, okay, that we are trying, and Jenny as well. Okay, actually that's my last line. Okay, so we do want our talents to be able to future shaping, not just learn one thing and stop there. Able to shape the futures. Able to shape future means that it's not just waiting for the future to come. Build the futures. Okay, do a little bit more. Think a little bit more. Okay, and digital innovations we need to. Digital futures, right? Is going to be like this. A lot of AI technologies, as mentioned. Humanity is also important. Two lens. We need depth, so need to build the dots. Primary discipline at least, right? We also need to connect the dots. this is probably some skill that we may not be doing that well for the past some years for tertiary educations. So I think that we have to see whether we can do it better. And the third thing is I actually realized it very past few years, when to converge and when to diverge. Just like the bridegroom examples, okay, when to converge and when to diverge. Okay, so I involve in lots of discussion with students, okay, research students. Sometimes they just keep converging to one thing, right? Then I have to ask some questions, okay, try to confuse him, okay, so that he can move out from this kind of valley of thoughts, okay, and try to think of something else, okay. So asking some nonsense questions sometimes help, okay, just ask some questions. So when to converge and when to diverge become some future skill, I believe, okay, for our future talents. And then find it comfortable to work in a transdisciplinary and transcultural team. Again, not easy, even for me. Okay, I have to learn together with the students. Okay, and I will make a lot of mistakes. I will say a lot of silly things. Okay, but without the first step, I cannot move on to the second steps. Okay, so this is something that I believe that. Okay, so the future shaping talents. Okay, should, even though with the digital AI whatever, should possess. My very last slide, okay, even with all those digital innovations, whatever, I still believe that, okay, true story, true sharing remains to be something touching and important. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang, for another very inspiring presentations. And I'd also like to thank Professor Zhang for highlighting our Global Challenges course and also sharing the students' comments. Well, we indeed, as a teacher, we are very touched by the students' comments. But I actually love the metaphor of dance. So when Professor Zhang presents his presentations, I was thinking about the converge and the diverge. It's like a dancing a cha-cha. So you go from and go backward and front. So it's kind of like students when you check a chat GPT, but then at the same time you step back and you fact check, whether this is true. But eventually you will go through a ballroom dancing, for example, where collaborations is actually very important. And eventually, if you succeed, embrace all the failure, you will go perfect flamenco dance, which is a beautiful knowledge design. So this is what we are looking for. Okay, so thank you very much for all the presenters, and I would like to now invite our speakers to the stage for a panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Share one by one.
Okay, so once again, thank you very much for all the very enlightening presentations, and thank you for the audience for joining us as well, and thank you for being in the panel discussions. Now, over the past 2 days, we have heard a lot about AI and the immense potential of what AI can do in terms of knowledge design, in terms of quantity, quality, or accessibility to education for everyone. So there's no doubt generative AI is a powerful tool to transform learning. But I have a question, like in the past, when I was young, for example, whenever we have a question, my parents would ask me, let's think about it. Go to the library, check encyclopedia. I'm sorry to reveal my age, but that's what I was told to do. And when internet arrived, then my parents would say, let's Google it. So now we'll probably tell our parents or our students, for example, let's ChatGPT it, let's DeepSeek it. So my first question is really, it's about when we are human beings, can evolve to train AI model, how should human actually train human to reactivate the fundamental cognitive ability that we have in ourselves? So it's not a skills about fact checking. It's not a skills about critical thinking to see whether this is right or wrong, but to reactivate the natural ability that we have through thinking process and the independent thinking process.
Yeah, please. That's very much in your bailiwick. I believe, Duncan, so I would give you priority.
Sure. It comes down to it. So this is a transformational new technology, and I think I was having a conversation the other day with a colleague about this, and the issue is it's because the way the interface is designed, we have a conversation, it's a chatbot, right? And so it's too easy to anthropomorphize. It's almost like you're having a conversation with another person. And in a way, but it's simultaneously a person which is very smart, but also not very smart as well. And I think if anything, that's always been the case, but I think, we can have a conversation between, walk out onto the street and have a conversation with anyone out there and discuss whether the earth is round or flat. Mm-hmm. And if you're in the right part of the world, you might have a conversation, you find plenty of flat earthers, right? And there'll be people that agree with. And the thing is, it makes us, I think what's interesting about this tool is that because for a long time, print media has been fact-checked or is degree of conventional wisdom or degree of truth, that's been lost here. I think it is going to be encouraging us to think about how it is we know what we know. And I think that's ultimately a good thing for us to reflect on. Why do we hold certain beliefs? How do we know certain things? And it's something that I certainly I really push very hard for my students when we do. I talked about in my talk about the example of just that one-line reference, a previous paper showed. I take the view that that's just never enough. Just to say that a fact from research, we need to know how that was discovered. So what's the basis for it? So I think, in those kind of critical lens of thinking about not just accepting facts, but to then ask how and why is that? And I think that's the interesting thing, I suppose, one vision of the future is to imagine a young person sitting down with a chatbot and then asking that chatbot to explain the reasoning behind its answer. And there are plenty of examples of this on the internet where it's counting. A famous example is to get ChatGPT to count the number of letters in a word, and it will constantly get it wrong. So to then get through to explain its reasoning, I think that's quite a healthy thing, right? So when and how these things make mistakes, getting us to reflect on our own thinking and how we take things for granted, I think is ultimately a good thing. So we actually have created an interesting tool here to encouraging our thinking.
If I could just add one sort of footnote in a sense to Duncan's response, I also wanted to underscore this tension because even in what counts as authentic human communication, the human is a very constructed and constrained notion. If you think about systems of communication, I'm a medievalist by training, rhetorical training, for example, how we make a distinction between authentic speech and constructed speech, artificial speech, so to speak. That tension exists in all cultural systems, in all communication systems. So I think what we're living through is just a variation on a very long story of how codes are articulated and distinctions are made that establish different kinds of social norms, intersubjective norms. I don't see it as, I very much share the view you articulated, Duncan, that I don't see this, however transformational the technology, which I truly believe it is, that I don't think it marks a fundamental shift in the anthropology, if you like, that underlies our interaction mediated by the tools that have accompanied us since we migrated across the African savannas million years ago.
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult questions. Okay, so I agree that try to design the assignment. Okay, so that more critical thinkings can be involved. But at the same time, They can ask the ChatGPT or whatever AI models to come in the future to try to give critical comments on whatever you're asking. Okay, then the AI model is keep advancing. Okay, so but definitely, so all the course instructors needs to understand how the AI model is evolving. And at the same time, I mentioned a bit about we put students in a debate. Okay, since when I debate with some of you, I cannot prepare. I cannot keep ChatGPT at a debate and ChatGPT at a debate, right? So they will realize that I can write with the ChatGPT, but I cannot debate. I cannot explain my views. And I hope that the students will realize that, actually they need to keep thinking. Okay, they're not just sitting and waiting for the ChatGPT to help them. So this is something that we're trying to do, but it's hard to do in all the courses because of resources, whatever. But I hope that the students, at the end of the day, the students should realize this. They are sacrificing their thinking capability, and eventually they will suffer. Okay, so that's something that, so viral or oral, something like this, I think maybe something that we can explore more.
Thank you. Right. So if we follow this train of thoughts, so where this is a good thing and the AI is evolving, if there is a time bottle that now would you like to put a note in it for 10 years later to be open for 10 years later, what kind of skill set do you think students should have? Or like echoes the theme of today, human minds and the future of education. So looking at the future, 10 years later, what kind of skill set do you think that they really should have when they open the time bottle and they realize, oops, I really got it over the 10 years time?
Well, I think William gave a marvelous answer to that question, which is the ability to tackle complex problems without simple solutions, with the ability to I mean, I could go down the list of points that you made. I, in my own thinking about this question, use a slightly different language, but I completely share the same core convictions. I think having deep roots in a discipline is fundamental. I think the generalist model is not the one that allows you to address these kinds of complex questions. That complex also means evolving and shifting and changing. So 10 years later, the challenges will be different than they were 10 years before, almost by definition. But the skill set is a skill set that's built on the ability to be a domain expert in some sense, but with the ability to speak other languages, to enter into other kinds of intellectual discourse, to enter into other modes of reasoning, and to weigh those options against one another and adapt to the specific challenge that one is tackling. So I think it's that combination of depth and sort of, in the metaphor that comes to mind is transversality, the ability to move. I guess transdisciplinarity has that embedded within it. But
yeah, just to echo, I agree very much. Disciplines are actually evolving. So if discipline is like this, and all of a sudden we have the discipline shift, and not or change in some way, So this is one thing. And so if you say I'm good at this, and after some years, things change, But how I agree very much, The ability to make connections, The connection, because if you change, connection also change. So you have to rebuild the connections, just like AI, it will change a lot afterwards, But what that connection should be. So if students possess this kind of capabilities, I understand that, now the connection is not good enough, and then they have to pick up something so as to rebuild these connections. I think that's very important. And I agree very much that if the students, they have the experience of doing this kind of connection of two disciplines, they realize that, how to do effective communications, vocabulary, whether can make the people in different field to be able to communicate. That's a skill that is super important. And then and basically because the complexity is going up. Yeah. So that's something that comes to my mind.
So as I said, so the time capsule, so 10 years into the future. Craft skill, right? I mean, it's coming up over and over again. Artisanal bread. People make bread for fun. There's a return to listening to records again. People enjoy playing musical instruments. I think there's just inherent value in developing craft skill. and we can automate. And I think it goes beyond that. Things can be made easier. We make tools to make our life easier, but in doing so, we then wonder, what are we doing? And we look to ways to entertain ourselves. And so I think finding passion in activities that you enjoy is the thing that will never go away. And it will change, but some things will always be the same. I think people, will enjoy certain craft skills. And there is something beautiful about making and communicating with groups of people. Yes.
That's right. I can't wait to ask my students to actually create that time capsule, time top bottles, and see what they were going to put in the bottle. All right, so I would like to also love to hear from our audience. Anyone would like to have questions for the panelists, please? Yes, Professor Daisy Tam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, speakers, and to this two-day event for not only giving us lots of ideas that inspires us, but also transforms the sort of panic into nervous excitement, to have hope and for the future. So in this context, I want to ask a question about this projection, this forward-looking movement. I think it's also a really great way of sort of wrapping up the discussions we've had in these 2 days. And as I was listening to your talks, I was thinking about the difference between experimentation and speculation, right? A lot of you talked about this in your work, and I wonder how you embrace this, or how do you engage with this, or what you even think about the difference between the two, and by which I think about this in the context of academia, where experimentation is understood as a scientific method, right? Like you hypothesize, you expect certain outcomes, but you do test it, and the outcomes falls within a range of expectations, and that's your sort of risk management. Speculation, much more within the humanities, is a much more open way of imagining, a much more sort of courageous, bold way of experimenting with playfulness. And there is a role, there is a role of that in the way we move forward. Even hallucinations can be embraced as not something to be stamped out, but something that could inspire, something that could jolt us into different ways of doing. And so I wondered what your thoughts are on this. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. Maybe it's a typically culturally American bias, a kind of Deweyan bias, but I think that actually the two terms are closely interrelated in a almost cyclical way. That experimentation, in the sense of this kind of the value that I attribute to making and practice, is generative with regard to thinking and thinking processes and innovation, and speculative practice, precisely because it's in a constant feedback loop. The two are interconnected. And I worry that in humanities culture, there's been a long tendency to think of the core definition of the humanities as being critique, or simply a kind of negative reflection or critical voice. One expression of this is the notion that humanists are the ethicists around the table when it comes to AI, for example, rather than the practitioners, rather than the people engaged in the actual building of platforms and so forth. So for me, the emphasis on experimentation is really just to draw us, and I'm not at all bothered by the scientific, the connections between scientific models of experimentation and design-based notions of experimentation, is essentially the testing of speculative hypotheses or solutions, because I think there's just tremendous generative value in that movement between trying to put into practice and build things and failing or succeeding, and then going back to tackle once again with the gained wisdom of experience, the problem that one started with, often with insights that were not available to one at the beginning of the process. So I think there's a kind of loop there that's a productive loop, and that's certainly how I believe it. And it's interesting to note that when I started the Stanford Humanities Laboratory, the only word that was controversial was the word laboratory. I remember when I presented the project to the president of Stanford at the time, who was a very distinguished German jurist, admirable, deep thinker. He said, laboratory, humanities laboratory, that's an oxymoron, isn't it? And I said, yes, exactly, that's the point. So getting your hands dirty, being forced to turn speculative thinking into a practice, into a solution, an installation, an argument, an experience, is a tremendous learning opportunity. And I think when we strip that making piece away, as we often have from a disciplinary standpoint, in terms of our disciplinary expectations, we're losing a huge opportunity in terms of growth and learning. That's how I see that issue. I don't know if others would like to comment on this, because it's relevant also to some of what William said, certainly, yeah.
So now it's a transdisciplinary dialogue, okay? So I'm come from computer science, okay? So I try to understand the questions, okay? So I once worked with colleagues from visual art, academic visual art at Beijing University. So I showed him, oh, AI model, you see, I can predict very accurately. And then his comment is, this is not interesting. All the error, all the noise, these are the interesting things. Okay, this we can speculation. I think right. We probably can speculate more from those kind of something imperfect. This is something new for computer scientists. Computer scientists always want something can be repeatable, right? That's science, right? But I would say speculation sometimes come up with innovations, innovative ideas, right? But I probably take this approach for many years, but then there could be another way of doing this. So that part can click into what scientists could do to come up with innovations. And so that's how I be able to connect with what speculations and experimentations. Okay, I don't know whether that makes sense. Yeah.
So yeah, so I'm trained, as I said in my talk, I'm trained as an experimental psychologist. So definitely trained as a scientist and running studies and empirical inquiry. And I think applying that to the tools we build is really important, because there are design choices that are made throughout, and we need to be questioning those design choices. In my talk, I talked about that little self-view window you have when you do video calls on Zoom or Teams. And that was a design choice. Somebody at some point chose to make that self-view window there all the time. And what happens? We spend all our time on online meetings looking at ourselves. 90% of the time, probably less, as I said. But it was a design choice. We could make that go away because it's a built tool. So I think when thinking about these large language models and AI tools, there's so many choices. Right? Why is it with just focus on ChatGPT? Suddenly we make it that you can't copy and paste. That could be disabled. One line of code could disable that. Or you could limit the number of queries that somebody could issue, which they do, right? So if you use it, run it hot, it's costing them more money than you're giving them. They'll throttle you and pull you back. That has implications for the user. And I think it's why I'm arguing for an empirical perspective is that if you can understand the things that you care about, so the critical parameter or the dependent variable, the thing that you care about, how does that change as you make these design choices? I think that science provides a framework for navigating choices. And I think the most interesting design choices are when there are trade-offs to be had. And so thinking about how, if you change features of an interface, how that moves people's behavior around. And I think understanding those design trade-offs is an important goal of research.
Thank you very much for all the interesting points. As you can see, this is a perfect example of transdisciplinary in practice, these dialogues here. Well, we only have 5 minutes left, actually, so we'd like to see if anyone have any questions. Yes, Professor Janice Pan, please.
Thank you very much for sharing your wonderful insights and especially wisdom regarding the future of education in this AI era. My question is relevant to Duncan. I remember, if I recall correctly, in one of your slides, you quoted a report that high performers are best positioned to work with AI. So at HKBU, we have a project peak performance across disciplines, and we interviewed people from different disciplines. And according to the interview, AI is not part of the research, but we followed up with the question. We asked high achievers in different disciplines how AI is influencing their work. Mostly they answered that AI is not influencing their work at all, or many of them won't even consider using AI because they think they're wasting their time simply using AI or to train the AI. I would like to see how the three speakers view this kind of response from high achievers in each of the discipline responding to the influence of AI. And to follow up, if the high performers adjusted the minority of the class back to the education scenario, what about the majority of the class? How do we push the average majority up to high performance group? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I've been the talk I gave was kind of reflecting, I think, of my own simultaneously the panic I see in universities around the use of AI, but also my own use of it in the past 18 months. And I think critically, so when you're developed skills in an area, say just focus on writing, for instance. So if you have writing skills and you've got a good idea about what the end state you're trying to achieve, you can use these tools to help you work faster because you give it prompts and you have a very clear idea about what it is you want to get out of it, and so you can evaluate it faster. And I think that's basically, this is the kind of in a nutshell what these reports are showing, that high performers who have a clear idea about how to do their job beforehand are able to use these tools to enhance them just as simply. It's almost like an assistant, but they're one where they're basically delegating parts of the job, but they're able to clearly understand the work that's been delegated so they can intercept at any one moment, but also critically evaluate what's getting. So it's just helping them get there faster. And so I think that's the way you can see there's evidence that using these AI tools helps people who have a good idea about what they're trying to achieve that goal faster. The trouble is, of course, as you say, how do you get those that in my talk I kind of highlighted, if you don't have those skills in the first place or you don't know what you're trying to achieve, it's not going to help you out. You're just going to get lost. And so I think the only real way to get there is through providing training wheels and the practice that I was talking about, the parallel practice. And I think this is something for organizations, I think, to really reflect on, because I think, as I talked about, how there will be some roles, many organizations have narrowing pyramid structures where they'll retain humans at the top of a highly skilled role. But I think there will be a period of critical reflection about how we continue to keep people in that training scheme so they continue to develop and refine skills so tomorrow's experts still get there. So I think how we develop those skills, and I think part of the answer is learning for the sake of learning, right? I mean, we've been doing this. We don't question why we have children at school learning to write with pen and paper, even though most people will never use pen and paper in their job. It's just considered a core competency. So I think that's maybe something that this is going to be provoking in us, is to think about what core competencies we need to be protecting and how we kind of value them for their own sake, because we know they're going to be beneficial down the line.
We're out of time, but I did want to, I think it's a great question. It's a super interesting question. And so I'm not going to answer the first part about high performers, since we feel pretty comfortable with high performers' ability to interact critically and creatively with the tools that they have at their fingertips. But with the average student, which I think is really a big question, one thing that I found extremely effective is the regenerative capacity of generative AI means that you can produce large quantities of material very quickly. But then what do you do with it? And that's an open window, in my view, to shift the conversation away from necessarily being curious about all the edges, limits, powers of the tool, which takes a lot of time, curiosity, energy, and effort, to put in front of students tasks that involve critical judgment immediately. Like, because every version of the same prompt, as all of you know, I'm sure from your own experience, is not the same because of the randomness weightings and the way that the emergent properties of generative LLM-based AIs. That's a tremendous learning opportunity. You have 5 versions of the same text. What do you do? Why is one good? Why is one bad? What are the standards? What's the communication occasion? What's the context? Who's the audience? Those are all the questions that we already ask in our classroom to begin with. So I think regeneration, the ease with which you can generate content, is actually a great opening towards a model of pedagogy that I think aligns with much of what Duncan had to say in his presentation.
Yeah, I think a lot of things need to be done. So I pick up one keyword, critical reflections. So in one of the courses, we asked the students, try to use the tools to come up with some creative story, and then ask them, does it help you or not? Very interesting. Half the students say, very useful, yeah, increase my creativity. But half the students, they don't like it. They mentioned that it's not creative at all. It's not helping me at all. They probably want something unique. I also try a bit, So I had tried writing some things, I quickly drop it. Because after revising by HKBU, it's not my writing. I don't like. You don't like something, it's not my own writing. So it's the critical. If they don't care, they just use it. If they care, then they know that they need to keep their kind of uniqueness. So I think this is something that, again, back to the story. When to use it? I got a deadline, you have to finish tomorrow, probably I have to make best use of that. But at the same time, you have to know when not to use it, and then be yourself. Whether it's a high performers is trying to do their own works, and then those who are not doing that well would make use of that. So actually, for what I've just presented, I discussed it in my class. So that the students know that some of them, even though they find it very useful, but notice that some classmates actually don't think this is really useful, and so they can reflect. So why I think about it this way? I tried to see whether there's some pattern. So far, I cannot find the pattern yet. So I think the critical reflection is super important. Sometimes we cannot control what students will do, but I hope that all the students can develop this kind of critical reflections, regarding what they're doing. Anyway, if you don't have AI, they can find someone to help them, right? So I think that's my, I don't know, this is just my partial question, answer to that question.
Okay. Thank you very much. I know this is a very interesting question, and I hate to stop interesting discussions, but in view of time, I need to respond to the timekeeper. But I put it as a pause. So this is not the stop, as a pause, because I'm sure this is just the beginning of a conversation, and we'll continue these conversations going on. So let's give a round of applause for all the panelists for the very insightful discussions. I would like to thank the audience for joining us in these 2 days as well. We look forward to continue this conversation in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Chen, Professor Brumby, Professor Snap, Dr. Ho, for your inspiring roundtable discussions. Please be seated. And as we all know that we've encountered some technical issues today, but just like Nicholas tried very hard to make up for it, even by quoting a Chinese idiom. So, and just like although the speakers were missing parts of their slides, it doesn't make their presentations any less wonderful. So back to the theme of our final session, sometimes when technology fails us, that's exactly when our human minds shine even brighter.
Agree with Emily. And after learning from our speakers, one reflective question we have here is what core human qualities must an educator instill in our students to ensure they shape AI rather being shaped by it? So as the symposium draws to a close, I invite you to reflect on the knowledge of insights we've woven, shared, exchanged, and co-created together in these 2 days.
So to offer the closing remarks, please welcome Professor Daniel Lai, Dean of Arts and Social Sciences at Hong Kong Baptist University. Professor Lai, please.
Thank you. Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, colleagues, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw this inspiring symposium to a close, I want to express my sincere appreciation for the vibrant discussion and rich exchange we have experienced over the past 2 days. Each conversation has contributed to a deeper understanding of a vital role humanities play in our rapid evolving world, enriching us with critical thoughts, fostering mutual understanding, thus chartering a path towards a brighter and more hopeful future. I'm pleased to share that we had over 1,200 registrations for this symposium. Reflecting on the keen interest in our themes and discussion. Of course, as we have already mentioned earlier, that we had over 1.2 million viewers online during the lunchtime. We're still busy with calculating the final numbers, because our live streaming was done on different platforms. When I said that, I do like to acknowledge the support of our University Engagement Office that has been wholeheartedly doing all sorts of video streaming with the whole team behind, with Miss Jenny Lee at the back. We should give her a round of applause. The diversity of perspectives shared here has truly enriched our dialogue. It is through various insights that we can envision holistic solutions to the pressing challenges that we face in both our local and global contexts. The intersections of culture, technology, and the humanities are not just topics of an academic interest. They are essential areas of exploration that holds the key to a more inclusive and equitable future. I would also like to acknowledge the commitment demonstrated by all participants, as well as our speakers who came all the way from different parts of the world. Your engagement and willingness to share knowledge exemplify the collaborative spirit that is critical for navigating the complexity of our future. Together, we have the opportunity to harness our collective intelligence to address not just the challenges, but also to seize the opportunities that lies ahead of us. The widespread of adoption of artificial intelligence will accelerate progress across various industries and fields. Our educational approach should therefore strengthen our students' understanding, training, ethical application in the field of artificial intelligence. As we move forward, let us carry the momentum of this symposium into our respective fields as well as into our future. What you have made is that we can together build a strong global network of thought leadership for our future endeavor. Thank you once again for your participation and enthusiasm. I look forward to seeing how the ideas generated here will continue to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lai, for the wonderful and encouragement. Please be seated. Thank you all for being an integral part of the two-day International Symposium on Humanities and Culture, Visions of a Digital Future.
We wish you safe travels and hope that the conversations started here will continue to inspire and challenge us all.
Until next time,
keep innovating, keep inspiring, and keep making a difference.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.